Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Is it audible? Dr. Fuad, is it audible?
Walaikum assalam. Yes, we can hear you, Akbar.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I can see profiling, and I think it's better to start. Fantastic. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salamu ala Rasulil Anbiya wal Mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ma ba'd. I would like to start this symposium, International Symposium on Integrated Blue Economy for Ocean Sustainable Development, with the qira'ah from Dr. Hafiz, Muhammad Hafiz from History. I would like to welcome Dr. Hafiz to recite a few verses from the Holy Quran to get the blessings of Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار والفلك التي تجري في البحر بما ينفع الناس وما أنزل الله من السماء من ماء فأحيا به الأرض بعد موتها وبث فيها من كل دابة وتصريف الرياح والسحاب المسخر بين السماء والأرض لآيات لقوم يعقلون ومن الناس من يتخذ من دون الله أندادا يحبونهم كحب الله والذين آمنوا أشد حبا لله ولو يرى الذين ظلموا إذ يرون العذاب أن القوة لله جميعا وأن الله شديد العذاب صدق الله العظيم. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Dr. Hafiz, for your blessed Quranic recitation. With this, I would like to welcome every one of you, all the participants and distinguished speakers, and professors, doctors, students, and everyone to this international symposium on blue ocean economy, ocean sustainable development. It is our honor to have you here, and I'm very sure that the next 3 hours is going to be a feast for you, everyone. And we will have a lot of information shared by our keynote speakers, and we will learn a lot. With this, I would like to introduce myself. I will be the moderator for this session, and my name is Akbar John from International Islamic University, Institute of Oceanography and Maritime Studies. This program was planned very long back, and finally it is materialized. And thanks for accepting all the invitation, the keynote speakers. With this, I would like to introduce about this Blue Economy Symposium. Very short note, as we all know that the concept of blue economy is not very new. Since its emergence in 2010, its importance is well discussed among the various stakeholders and the policymakers. The term blue economy, it means different things for different people. For some, it is an optimized exploitation of all marine resources. For others, it is centered on the conservation, preservation, and the clean energy production. In fact, the concept of green economy, which was launched 3 decades ago, it still depends on the public subsidies and grants. And eventually the ultimate product cost is twice as compared to the same product that can be produced from the relatively newly emerged concept of blue economy. This is the reason why the blue economy is considered as a desirable future of the human society. With almost 510 million square kilometer surface covered by marine waters, the challenges and the opportunities from the blue economy is quite obvious. For some of us, the following statistics are eye-opening to show the importance and the significance of blue economy concept. The value of the worldwide ocean economy is at least around 1.5 trillion US dollars per year, and it supports at least 3 to 5% of the global GDP. 80% of the global trade by volume is carried out by the sea. 350 million jobs worldwide are linked to this fisheries sector alone, let alone the trading and so on. Fish accounts for at least 15.7% of the animal protein consumption globally. By 2030, it is expected to reach 65% increase, and aquaculture is the major force that produces at least 50% of this protein source annually every single year. At least 25% of the carbon dioxide emitted into the atmosphere is absorbed by the ocean, and 50% of the oxygen that we inhale is produced from the sea. Considering the importance, this symposium is aimed to address 3 major objectives: to identify the potential of blue resources to improve the livelihood of the bottom line stakeholders, such as indigenous peoples and the remote coastal communities. Second is to discuss the latest innovations, scientific advances, and best practices to build prosperity whilst conserving our waters for future generations. To address the sustainable economical practice, to improve the understanding of the concept of blue economy in the light of sustainable and ocean development. We might look like a small group of people discussing on the blue economy or the blue ocean economy, but unequivocally, we are a lot bigger than we think we are. We must cast our eyes outward and recognize that the beach or the coastline is not the edge of our work, but the beginning of an immense untapped resources that can sustainably fuel the growth and the development of the country that we belong to. With this short backdrop, I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker. Let me share the screen. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Eileen Tanshan Pai. And there is no introduction needed to introduce Prof. Eileen because she's well-known researcher and very active researcher in Malaysia. Let me introduce a bit for those who do not know about Dr. Eileen. Eileen right now is the professor in the University of Science Malaysia. Currently, she is a director of the Center of Marine and Coastal Studies in USM, and also the executive director of Asia Pacific University Community Engagement Network. She has been elected as the first woman president of the 58 years old Unitas Malacologia, which is based in the Belgium from 2013 to 2016. Professionally, her field of expertise is on marine science, specializing in mariculture and conservation of mollusks. She is the first Malaysian woman who has successfully cultured the oysters and eggs and sperms through the artificial insemination and the spawning procedure. She is the consultant in setting up bivalve hatcheries in the United States of America, China, Vietnam, and Thailand since 1993. She has championed the work on the green aquaculture for sustainable food security. She has committed herself and made impactful contribution in guiding the coastal communities and the bottom billion on alternative livelihood through sustainable green aquaculture, and also educating them on balancing profit with the conservation of the environment. Besides science, she's also involved in building a human capacity, where she was awarded the best woman scientist for her work in guiding the women folk in Johor Island in earning their own income through the giant clam conservation program. Eileen was appointed as the country's focal point and coordinator for the programs such as the Darwin Initiative, IOC Westpac, JSPS, NAGISA, Japan. Currently, she plays a significant role in moving the agenda of United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which is 2021 to 2030, alongside with the IOC Westpac. Eileen has been invited as keynote speakers and plenary speakers to talk about her passion on green aquaculture and ocean science in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, and her work with the bottom billion communities in many national and international events. She aims to share her knowledge and passion beyond boundaries and wishes to make the difference to every one of us. Thank you, Dr. Eileen, for accepting our invitation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Akbar John, for your kind introduction. A very good morning to Dr. Fuad Miskon, the head of INOSEM, and my respectful audience. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for inviting me to deliver a talk for International Symposium on Integrated Blue Economy for Ocean Sustainable Development. Please allow me to share my screen. Okay. All right. Let me bring your attention to my talk today, entitled "The Science We Need for Blue Transformation of Sustainable Aquaculture." Like what Dr. Akbar has just mentioned, blue economy is not something new to most of us. And what I'm going to present here is on the blue transformation. And I would like to mention also, with this blue transformation, and I will be introducing the science we need. Please, if there's of your interest, please grabs this opportunity, because the information, the blue transformation information being given here can spark some new ideas on what your research direction can be. Yeah. Okay, my talk will focus on blue economy, mainly on blue food and blue transformation that we need for aquaculture in line with SDGs. Yeah, blue economy. I will just bring you through some background of blue economy. Blue economy, by the definition of World Bank, is sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood and jobs, while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem. Currently, what has been the normal practice is the use of ocean resources for economic growth and improve of livelihood and job, without much emphasis on the health of the ocean. That is why blue economy comes in to also protect the needs to protect the ocean health. Yeah, it is a concept in line with the 3 sustainable pillars, which are the people, the planet, and the profit. Currently, in most scenario, is mainly focused on people and profit. But when we talk about blue economy, it incorporates in the importance of the planet as well. Why is blue? This diagram has illustrated the whole concept of blue economy, incorporating all the sustainable use of the ocean for the benefits of mankind while creating a balance with the environment. If you were to zoom in, it is blue economy is inclusive and improve the life of all, and is based on sustainable fisheries, because today what we are going to focus most is on fisheries and aquaculture. Besides creating jobs, reduce poverty, and end hunger, we have to consider the conservation of marine life and the ocean as well. Why is blue economy so important? Blue economy supports 5 blue growth sectors, which is the biotechnology, aquaculture, coastal and marine tourism, renewable energy, and mineral resources. These are the main things. And if you were to map it with the current Malaysian STIE 1010 drivers, it maps in the blue economy, maps into the STIE 1010 perfectly. Yeah. Okay, blue economy ties closely to sustainability, innovation, and our ocean, as well as ecosystem services. When you talk about blue economy, you have to link it with sustainability and our ocean, and also, the ecosystem services. So depending on your interest, which ecosystem services would you like to zoom in? Yeah. So blue economy has direct link to ecosystem services provided by the various marine and coastal ecosystem. There are main 4 groups of ecosystem services, mainly the provisional services that refer to the products secured by ecosystem. Regulating services are the ecosystem services that allow regulating of ecosystem processes. Supporting and habitat services refer to the ability of ecosystem to give habitat for migratory species and to support the viability of gene pools. So gene pools is very important for us to conserve, because that will support our biodiversity. So cultural services are the benefits ecosystems services bring to the human. So those are the 4 main groups of ecosystem services under the blue economy. There are use values and non-use values of our ecosystem services, which can be further separated into direct use value, indirect use value, the option value, legacy value, and the intrinsic value. I do not wish to go into in-depth of this value because these are all the basics of ecosystem services under the blue economy. This is a diagram, showing the values of different ecosystem services. And it is obvious that open ocean, if you look at the bar right on the right hand most, the open ocean offers the highest value, ecosystem value, followed by many coastal ecosystems such as seagrass, coastal wetland, and the estuaries, compared to if you were to move to the land-based inland side, grassland, cropland, tropical forest, temperate and boreal forest, open ocean, and the coastal areas still provide the highest ecosystem value service, the value of ecosystem services. Therefore, it is important for us to protect and to ensure we are applying sustainable usage of our ocean resources. Bear in mind, for blue economy means we still can use the resources, but we have to balance up the usage with the conservation, so the ecosystem can be sustainable rather than what they call hit and run usage. That means you take and take and take until this ecosystem services collapse and unable to come back, to provide what we take from it. So in general, the main components in blue economy are creating and enabling environment, blue resources, and blue spaces. Yeah. So I will go into in depth a little bit. Yeah, blue economy in the context of creating and enabling environment comprises of ocean governance, ocean finance, knowledge co-production, human rights and gender, and integrated ocean management. So this component would be useful later when I talk about aquaculture, because you have to tie in terms of the management, in terms of the blue transformation of knowledge or the science needed for conserving the aquaculture and the best practices of aquaculture. All these components have to be linked together. All stakeholders should be familiarized with the challenges and opportunities of implementing integrated ocean management strategies to support blue economy in practice. As for blue resources, in blue economy, it comprises of fisheries, aquaculture, marine renewable energy, deep seabed mining, and marine biotechnology. I will focus my talk on aquaculture and the science we need for blue transformation. Yeah, we shall focus on the role of science, because I guess most of the audience here today, most of us are scientists, and we would want to play a role on what we can contribute back to conserve our ocean resources. Therefore, we have to do it through the science we know. Yeah, so we will be the role of science in optimizing the contribution of aquatic foods to sustainably feed the world's population. Because my talk here will be emphasizing also, besides aquaculture as an income generating for the country, it should be used also to feed the world population. Yeah. So our ocean is vast and super rich with resources, especially for us in the tropical region, because we are located in the biodiversity hotspot, meaning that our biodiversity is so high that we can tap into all these resources. Our ocean is vast, but please remember, the resources are not limitless. We must be wise in utilizing the resources in order to have sustainable resources to support our needs. And that is where blue economy comes in. Yeah, our ocean is changing and will continue to change. Yeah, despite what we do, it will still continue to change. Our ocean past was filled with abundance of resources, not only in quantity. You look at the top two pictures, yeah, it's not only in quantity, but also in diversity and also varieties in sizes. In the past, it used to have so much catch, by the fishermen, and huge catch, not only in terms of size, but in terms of biodiversity. However, our ocean present, now is under many threats. And if we are not responsible enough to play our role to protect our ocean, the future of the ocean will be very, very challenging. our ocean is now filled with pollution. If you look in the middle pictures, you know, our reef, we still have our reef intact, but occasionally you will be subject to bleaching and also to pollution, sedimentation, if we were not careful with our development, reclamation. It would definitely have put in more sedimentation and nutrients into the water. And of course, if you look now, one of the pressing issue is pollution, yeah, especially the marine litter pollution and plastic pollution. If we do not take action now to protect and conserve our ocean future, yeah, will be filled with bare habitats. If you look at the diagram at the bottom, there'll be no life in the bottom, in the sea floor of our ocean. And there will be more fishing vessels in the ocean than fish for all. Yeah. Our ocean is now getting hot, sour, and breathless in layman term. You know, for those who are not in science, so what we can say is it's getting hot, sour, and breathless, meaning the sea surface temperature is getting hotter and hotter over the years. It is also getting sour due to the decrease in pH and getting more acidic due to the excessive of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere dissolving in the ocean. Our ocean is also getting breathless due to the increased global temperature, eutrophication, excessive nutrients, all leading to lack of oxygen. These are all the challenges and threats that our ocean is facing now. You know, so it's time for us to come in to take action and make a change to our ocean. With the continuous impacts of environmental change, we may lose our varieties of sushi. Now we are still able to enjoy many varieties. You know, if you walk into Sushi King or to any Japanese restaurant, you can still have an options of different types of sushi that you would like to eat. Now we are still able to enjoy, but in the near future, we may just have salmon or tuna sushi, a huge drop in variety if we are losing the ocean resources and a huge loss in biodiversity. The photos below, yeah, showing the degradation of our marine habitats. And if you look at the right-hand bottom photo, it's a photo showing shellfish losing its shells, yeah, due to the ocean acidification. You would not, the larvae, yeah, before they can become an adult, the shell will be dissolved by the high acidic level in the sea, and soon when the larvae cannot develop into adult, then we'll be losing our natural resources in terms of numbers also. 70% of our planet is ocean, yeah. That means, you know, it's a huge percentage of our earth is covered by water. Yet, yeah, I would say that 93% of the fisheries are fully fished or overfished. In every 60 seconds, truckloads of plastic enter the oceans. Just imagine, in every, I've been speaking for the past 15 minutes, how many truckloads of plastics entering the ocean. 90% of our coral reef are projected to die by 2050. I will be long gone by then, but what happened to our grandchildren, our children, they might not be aware that what is coral reef, if 90% of the coral reef will be lost. And sadly, currently only 5.3% of our ocean is currently protected under for example, under the enforcement of marine park. We have to make more. By 2030, we are aiming to have at least 10% and above of our ocean should be protected by then. Our ocean blue resources have great untapped potential, to feed the world with a lower environmental footprints than many other food resources. It will be to compare beef, other poultry, beef, chicken, and the land-based resources. Ocean fish, fish would give us a lower environmental footprint. Ocean health, goes hand in hand with ocean wealth. yeah, where it provides great economic and social value to many. Many countries still depend on the ocean for income, jobs, food, protein, and other nutrients. 45% of the population in the world are staying in coastal areas. Yeah, that is why the coast, the ocean, is very important for their livelihood itself. Yeah, there are more power in aquatic food than we realize. Aquatic food, yeah, not only provides the economic and social benefits, but also to reduce hunger and poverty, fulfilling food security. Aquatic food provides high nutritional value, has great aquaculture potential, and has great impacts to the environment. However, all this can only be achieved if and only if we conduct activities sustainably. Yeah, I have to bring you back, to the olden days. During when I was a kid, when I was a small kid, during festive season, we eat chicken. Chicken is something we celebrate, and something rare during that time, my younger days. And in fish, eating fish is almost a daily consumption, a daily food. But now, seafood has become very expensive because of the numbers, the abundance, the quantity has been reduced drastically, and it become very expensive. And chicken is now become our daily protein source. That how it has changed. And action has to be taken now. And how do we bring back aquatic food into our diet? Due to the pressure from overfishing and climate change, aquaculture is taking over and continue to grow. Aquaculture currently contributes to more than 50% of the seafood consumed. The concept of aquaculture is a key component of sustainable blue economy and an alternative to wild catch fisheries, because it's time for us, the human, to have human intervention, but the human intervention has to be sustainable. Yeah. When it comes to sustainability, blue foods may be the answer. Blue food in this context, in my following talk, blue food in this context is referring to aquatic food and its role in supporting health, livelihood, and sustainability. If not, we would not label it as blue food. It must comes with sustainability, health, and livelihood. That's why we call it blue food. Besides providing the vital nutrition to the developing world, blue food can also provide the nutrients not provided by the plant-based diet. Thus, blue food is uniquely positioned at the table. It is high time for us to shift our diets for sustainability and climate, and placing aquatic food at the center of a sustainable and healthy future. You might pose a question to me, Eileen, seafood now is so expensive. How do we shift our diet, from eating chicken every day to eating fish every day? Most of us cannot afford. Yeah. So I will bring you to the opportunities when we look into blue food. Yeah. There is answer and there is solution to it. Blue food could have a huge role to play in feeding the planet sustainably and healthily. As we turn to the ocean, we must not repeat the mistakes we make with land-based food production. Yeah, the transition to sustainability will require collaboration across sectors and the countries. Yeah. In the aim to bring blue food to the table, fish provides important health benefit as shown in the diagram. You can see in the diagram, besides protein, it provides, besides protein and omega-3 fatty acids, it provides so many other things like vitamin A, zinc, calcium, and iron. These are the major nutrients there is also the micronutrients that can be provided by blue food. Yeah. So what's ocean blue resources? When I mention blue food, or when I mention fish in my talk now, yeah, it does not just refer to the fish we're eating, to the fin fish, but it also covers the invertebrates like crustaceans, mollusks, and seaweed. Lots of focus are on high value seafood. When we put in grants, if any people who want to go into aquaculture industry, they'll look into the high value seafood like tiger prawns, groupers, sea bass, barramundi. But when we talk about blue food, we will also focus on the fish at a lower trophic level, which gives a smaller carbon footprint. Just imagine, as we go towards the food pyramid, yeah, the higher we go, there will be more footprint being created to culture the huge fish, compared to if you are eating the smaller fish and the bottom trophic level. Yeah, that is why it's possible, for us to change our diet if we focus more on the lower trophic fish. Yeah, even though blue food plays an important role in creating healthy food and are more sustainable, blue food is still greatly underutilized and under research. Yeah, so researchers out there, please look into this kind of innovation. Yeah, it's under research as part of a holistic food-based nutrition intervention. Yeah, therefore it is high time for us to put the spotlight on the role that ocean and blue food can play for food systems transformation, where there should be an increase in blue food consumption, sustainably scaling of blue food to unlock huge health, environmental, and economic opportunities. There is research into commercial species is already too much. It's time for us to look into zooming in into blue food that can actually provide health, environmental, and economic opportunities. We should look into the availability of blue food, tapping into nutrient-rich small fish to reduce global malnutrition with significant social and economic benefits. Yeah, the benefits of blue food are: blue food provides smaller environmental footprint compared to terrestrial animal source food, or even to the bigger size fish like salmon, grouper, which can be found on the higher trophic level. Blue food provides healthy diets within environmental boundaries. That means we do not actually destroying the environment. That means it still stays in the environmental safety boundaries here. Blue food is able to address issues like overfishing, growing contamination of coastal areas, ocean acidification, and climate change. Blue food provides best practices and sustainable aquaculture both in local and global food system. However, when we are so engrossed with blue food, we must also remember, when we must be aware, blue food may be an opportunity to increase food production for a growing population, but aquatic systems are already been pushed beyond environmental limits, because when we are into blue food, we are most probably talking about aquaculture, but aquatic systems now is been pushed beyond the age of destroying the environment. Do not repeat the errors of the green revolution by purely focusing on production, dollars and cents, yet forgetting about the environment and human nutrition. Just like how we cut down our forests for plantation of palm oil, how we cut down our forests for other plantations like cocoa, endurance, stuff like that. So they should be balanced. We should learn from the mistakes of the green revolution. So the blue revolution should be better. The needs to have collaboration and cooperation from all sectors, be it academic, government, industry, and the community. Let us look at the size we need for blue transformation when we are putting blue food on the table. I use blue here because it's a reflection on sustainability, and it's a reflection of balancing the three pillars of sustainability, balancing the people, the planet, and the profit itself. I will go through very briefly on the science we need for blue transformation in a general perspective. The first blue transformation will be focused on fisheries management, which includes data collection system and convert to implementation and management and enforcement. This transformation includes also climate change, adaptation, options, and expanding integration and alignment of national and regional management. All these are opportunities. All these transformation are opportunities for us as either in the business or as a researcher or as an academia. These are opportunities for us to take action and play a role in the transformation. Yeah. The second blue transformation is sustainable transformation of aquaculture. It is mainly on innovations in addressing climate change impacts and ecosystem integration for sustainable aquaculture. I will talk more in details for aquaculture shortly. Yeah. The third blue transformation in general is upgrading and innovation on the fish value chain. Yeah, when you have production, when you have supply, we have to now comes in to make sure that the fish value chain, it reach the consumer, it reach the market in a sustainable way. So we need human intervention, we need blue transformation here. So when we are talking about fish value chain, which include value chain analysis, the science about value chain analysis, including economic, social, environmental assessment, yeah, food safety, zero waste. How do science play a role in having zero waste? That means we comes in to get, to make sure that all the waste be converted to byproduct, be it convert to use it as feed or as a byproduct, processed product that be consumed or be used in other ways. Yeah. And also importantly is the consumer education. Now I would like to bring your attention to the blue transformation for sustainable aquaculture. So aquaculture is actually one of the most diverse food producing sectors. Yeah, it plays a major role, yeah, even for Malaysia and for other nations as well. The current scenario, yeah, even for the current scenario, farming systems like cages, ponds, raceways, intensive circulation, RAS, yeah, to low input extension system with large and small scale operations. Species in culture, varied but mainly focused on high value seafood such as tiger prawns, groupers, and sea bass. Newer systems like aquaponics are expanding in some areas where water and land are scarce. And innovation systems using biofloc show promising results in tilapia and shrimp farming. The science we need, the science we need for blue transformation to put blue food onto the table as a way forward should be, we should look into diversifying the sectors from market, farming practices, and species. When I say market, that means we are including the byproduct and so on. Diversity is not a goal or an endpoint, yeah, but should be maintained to ensure systems are appropriate for local conditions, market access, and resilience. We should also diversify into farming lower trophic level species, which has high value nutrient values such as small fishes, seaweed, mollusks, and echinoderm. Large and small scale aquaculture should be treated equally by the government and international development communities, because currently a lot of our commercial fish farming or aquaculture is mainly dominant by big operators, therefore they should, for blue transformation, we should have equality. We should also link the large and small scale farmers together. Aquaculture development and management need to be area specific and depend on local resources and environment, local capacity, and integrate within other system of food production and national priorities. For example, I give you one example. Do not, we take advantage of our tropical species and our tropical weather. Do not try to culture temperate species in tropical area, because a lot of energy would need to be spent on bringing down the temperature of our environment to suit the temperate species, and all this will incur cost, and we have to sacrifice. We are in a way contributing to a very high carbon footprint if we were to try to lower down temperature in order to culture temperate species in tropical area. That is why it's important to focus on the local species, make full advantage of it, and integrate it based on the food production and the national priorities. Okay, aquaculture provides diverse products combining high and low value species to enhance efficiency. The current scenario, what is happening now? A lot of focus is on expensive species, like groupers, like I've mentioned, groupers, sea bass, tiger prawns, and so on. But forgetting that seaweed and mollusks is also important. Even though seaweed and mollusks been cultured, but at a very small scale, and usually, because seaweed and mollusks and many freshwater fishes often command a lower unit price for different market, because of its value in the market. The investors are not very keen. So Asia farms mainly focus on lower tropic level. The science, and how do we make things better for blue transformation and for blue food, to be on the table. It is important to combine high and lower value species to enhance efficiency. It's like polyculture. Even like on land, do not culture one species. Try to have mixed species so the soil can have balanced nutrient. Same like what we are culturing in the ocean. That is why we should implement more on the integrated multi-trophic level kind of aquaculture. It is in the theory, but not much has been implemented on it. Not many investors is doing IMTA approach, so we have to look into that. We have to encourage the farmers to look into culturing the high and lower value species, to enhance the efficiency of the area and match products with local objective and preference. It can be for food security or it can be for export purposes. Aquaculture, a lot of innovation is happening and should be continued. The current scenario is focusing, the current scenario of innovation is focusing on disease diagnosis and treatment that kept improving. Use of antibiotics, whether should it be used or should not it be used. If antibiotic is used, what is the best antibiotic to be used? And then genetic technologies exist but were not fully utilized. Improving farming systems such as RAS. Integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, which I mentioned earlier, has potential, but is problematic in some areas, because of the instead of just using one dimension of the culture, we are using two dimension, the depth. Sometimes the area, the depth might be full of sediment, or the depth might not be suitable for multi-trophic aquaculture approach. And digital technologies is increasing. More people are using sensors and drone to monitor. Bivalves and seaweed farming for ecosystem services, is starting. But then the science needed for blue transformation for aquaculture, there are still rooms, for opportunities for research to be conducted. We have to improve the local capacity building and technology transfer. Currently, a lot of time is either we use foreign workers or we use expert from outside. It's very hardly we actually invest in our local capacity. So more focus has to be done on that. And technology transfer, we should transfer more of our technology from the lab to the community itself. Translational knowledge, we have to apply it more often. Assist small scale and rural farmers to assess innovation. Innovation can be conducted by a lot of farmers, the big large scale farmers, but how about the small scale and rural farmers? We need to come in to help, to help them to assess the innovation, examine the ecosystem benefits of aquaculture, promote realistic advantages of new technologies. It's not that all new technologies are suitable everywhere. Is it cost effective? Should the company invest in all these technologies? How much return can it get? And how much balance can we create with the technology, with the environment? And most importantly, do not abandon proven technologies or local knowledge on aquaculture. When we are so engrossed in moving towards digital technologies, sometimes we forgot that what we have been practicing is still the best. So do not abandon proven technologies or the local knowledge, that we have. Aquaculture is an efficient user of fish, of aqua feed, meaning that means we use fish to feed fish. It has started for generations, for decades, for centuries. The current scenario are many reviews noted the benefits of good aqua feed, whether it's from local or imported, but there are also criticism of feeding fish to fish. Therefore, fish percentage has been reduced and replacement have been found. There's a lot of alternative being used now to replace the feed for the fish. Except for fish oil. Fish oil is still there's no alternative option yet at the moment. And footprint of land-based fish replacement has been looked into. The science we need, for blue transformation of aquaculture are continue and encourage research development of good aquafeed. We have to continue the research into the aquafeed, perhaps at sub-regional or local levels. Efforts are underway to replace fish in aquafeed, but this should be not unduly impact the responsible use of fish. When we are so engrossed in creating new innovation, we forgot that what we have been doing is useful and impactful also. And as long as there's responsible use of fish, then we should continue on that. And analyzing on the trade-off and communicate, that is important. And also, the aquaculture can and should provide decent employment, under the blue economy. Under the blue economy concept, we have to balance between automation and job opportunities. The current scenario now, employment in aquaculture and post-harvest sector, also where other options are not available. Those are usually the woman's role, in the post-harvest sector. And in some areas reported problems in regards to workers' rights. For example, currently in the scenario of Malaysia or even in the farm, a lot of us, we are using foreign workers rather than local workers. So maybe our third speaker from DOF can actually help to address this issue. How do we address the issue of replacing foreign workers with our local workers in terms of knowledge transformation, opportunities, and we we have to look into the workers' right. That means they need to have their off day, occupation safety and health, access to resources and value chain. Yeah, that is what is the current scenario and the current issues. Yeah. So the blue transformation that we need to look in is implement aquaculture as a provider of decent employment. If we were to promote aquaculture as a decent employment, I feel most of our younger scientists or younger generations would be interested to venture into aquaculture. Yeah. Examine women's role in value chain and implement the policy, especially in the COVID, when there's less production, the women are the first to go in the job sector. So these things need some intervention for blue transformation. Promote aquaculture as a mean to provide opportunities and empowerment for women. Continue to ensure that human and workers' rights and gender access are included in aquaculture development. Yeah. Establish policies to ensure workers' health and safety. So those are all the where the social scientists can come in to help in terms of aquaculture. How do we protect the rights and the health, the occupation safety for the workers itself? Yeah. And aquaculture, trade of products is important. Diverse within and among the region needs better information. The current scenario now is seafood is one of the world's largest traded commodities. Yeah, it demand for convenient, frozen and pre-packed food, but some still prefer aquaculture product to be marketed fresh, unprocessed, with no value added. Yeah, with the COVID scenario, a lot of families, they are now ordering online frozen pre-packed food, but then when things get back to normal, I'm sure a lot of housewives especially would like to go to the market and buy fresh fish, without being processed and no value added in it. That is the current scenario now. And trade statistics is incomplete. Yeah, our trade statistics is not very comprehensive and not complete, and usually fail to distinguish which one is the farm and which fish is the capture fisheries from the capture fish, because some consumers, they prefer to buy wild fish compared to cultured fish. So those trade statistics has to be in place and be reliable. Yeah. So therefore, the signs we need for blue transformation are enhance access to mechanisms that help provide accurate information to policy makers or consumer. For example, the trade industry, the Ministry of Trade would like accurate information that been provided by the farmers or by the agencies, in order for the ministry to promote our local products overseas. So accurate information is needed. And we have to encourage access to new information technology to increase the flow and accuracy of information. The government have to step in to encourage how to access the information and technology in order for us, as a farmer or as a scientist, to provide accuracy in our information. Examine and promote benefits of value adding. Yeah, maybe the Department of Fisheries would need to come in, or the Department of Trade Industry need to come in to help. How do we promote promote the benefits of value adding products? Yeah. And promote more widely international guidelines. A lot of time as a culturist, we do not know where to search the guidelines. If I want to export my fish, what are the criteria needed, rather than we do everything and then when it reach the custom, it's been rejected, because we do not comply in the guidelines. And then conduct market and consumer studies to examine critically and efficacy and impact of certification and eco-labeling. We have to look into certification and eco-labeling for our products, yeah, and then develop mechanism to ensure smallholders not adversely impact. a lot of this blue transformation may be or can be easily applied by big industry, but do not forget about small operators and smallholders, yeah, so they would not be impacted, yeah. Okay, aquaculture during the climate change, yeah, and COVID-19 challenges, yeah. The current scenario is differential impacts on the sector depending on local environment and capacity to adapt. You know, so depending on the individual industry, how they can adapt and how they can you know, instead of selling the product into the restaurant, you know, now they have to do online sales and things like that. You know, how adaptable are they, you know, to change. COVID-19 pandemic impacting the sector, disruption of supply chain and fake news, yeah, that is very dangerous about fish product. Long-term impacts have not been adequately evaluated. Environmental concern like pollution, habitat degradation. For example, you know, it was people always assume that the cockle from Juru, Penang, are not safe to be eaten, you know, but then, you know, when it's sold in the market, we do not know whether it's from Juru or it's from other places, you know, that is also some concern by the consumer. Differences in impact and responses between global event, whether it's a global event, for example, climate change and COVID, those are all considered global event, or local event, just like pollution. And recently on the East Coast, you know, on the algae bloom, you know, do not eat shellfish, you know, those are all local events, yeah. Disruption of international supply chain and people. Countries are unprepared, yeah, for global catastrophe like COVID, yeah. So the science we need, you know, how can we come in to help in the blue transformation? Many of the preceding messages will promote a more resilient and vital sector capable of dealing with external factors. Research should be now focused on increasing disaster preparedness and emergency responses in aquaculture planning and management. We have been busy talking about what is the impact, but we forgot about what if such event happen again, or some disaster were to happen again. Are our farmers ready? Are our industry ready, you know, to respond to all these emergencies or this catastrophe that is happening? So scientists have to now start preparing education, awareness, or maybe produce a module, you know, what should we do if this were to happen again, so we would not suffer as much as what we are suffering now in the industry, yeah. Aquaculture can help achieve Agenda 2030 is SDGs and international commitments, yeah. The current scenarios now is aquaculture is directly contributing to a number of SDG, for example, poverty, hunger, nutrition, health, gender employment, sustainable production, climate, marine and land-based resources, and indirectly to others such as education, clean water, innovation, equity, urban development, and partnership. In fact, aquaculture cut across blue food and blue transformation, cut across all the SDGs, yeah. Each region has opportunity, advantages, and challenges in implementation. So therefore, yeah, the blue transformation is we need to look at we assess and enable aquaculture development in terms of direct and indirect implementation and contribution to the SDG. New analysis, yeah, and metrics should be pursued by policy makers and the industry along with FAO and NACA to monitor the sector such as human, plant and animal, and the environmental health should be prioritized along with economic and social viability. We have to move beyond tonnage and dollar and cents. You know, it's not just about generating income. We have to look into the contribution of nutrition, livelihood, and food security also, yeah. Okay, I would like to share a quote by Cara Delevingne, an actress and model and co-founder of Eco Resolution. She said, now more than ever, health is on the forefront of public consciousness. All of us are very health conscious now. But we must understand that our health human health is dependent on the health of our ocean and the health of our planet. And that is what she said. That is why it's important to maintain, to apply blue economy, blue food, and blue transformation in the work we do. Yeah, aquaculture is providing a steady and affordable supply of farm fish. Aquaculture can meet the demand or the criteria for food security in many cases better than capture fisheries. The take-home message here, the take-home message that I want to share is, it is important for us to advance our aquaculture approaches in line with blue transformation to support health, livelihood, and sustainability, and in line with SDGs. We must take sustainable action. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Akbar.
Thank you, Prof. Alin. As usual, you are on time. Perfect. That's perfect for us. I would like to open the floor for the question. Please stretch your name and occupation or the academic background and unmute yourself and ask the question. In fact, I have a question, but the audience first.
Dr. Akbar, I would like to ask.
Please.
Actually, it's not asking. Actually. Hi, Dato'.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm
Morning.
okay, thank you. Thank you
Okay,
for
Dato'.
having me here.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dato', for a very interesting presentation. I believe that it's covered everything. I mean, like from down and until top of the blue economy. I like the word blue economy, blue transformations, and all the blue things that you use. And you always mention the science we need. That's what I like about your presentations. And looking forward to our blue economy agenda in our local society or in our Malaysian context, I think we are already familiar with this blue economy. Just that we don't use that term, right? I mean, people always like have the aquaculture, have the fisheries. How well we are ready in the Malaysian context to transform into these blue transformations? What do you think about this? Our situation right now?
I think, thank you, Dr. Fuad, for the question. It's very relevant. I feel, at what I've been talking to friends from DOE, from DOF, and from different sectors, even from the industry itself, they understand the importance of balancing. Blue economy is all about balancing the product, our activities with the environment, and ensure that things are sustainable and be maintained without us be abusing it. A lot of them, they do understand the importance of applying blue economy. Even the scientists, we understand what is blue economy, but how many of us putting that into action is still a big question mark. Even maybe Miss Lim can actually share a bit when she share her talk on DOF. When they have program, they were still very much training the farmers, even the industry on production, on how to make best value of their investment. Always sidelining the importance of the environment, but there is, now it's getting more and more the effort being put in, more effort being put in now on awareness. That means when I go down to the farm to talk to the farmers, I will always remind them, do not discharge your waste into the ocean, because that will comes back to you one day. So those kind of small talks or conversation that we can actually alert or create the awareness among the operators, because end of the road is all about enforcement and making the best practices work. Because what I'm telling you is nothing new. You can actually found it in the textbooks or in any other webinars. But what is important, how do you translate the knowledge into action? That is why the take-home message that I share is, it's time for us to take sustainable action. To make it happen. And to make it happen is not just education, it's also behavioral change now. make them practice what they feel is right. Even as a scientist, when we do, make sure you have a component in your research proposal, a component of education, awareness, creating the behavioral change. At the end of your project, besides having a product, you would have make an impact to the community also. I hope that answers you, Dr. Fawad.
Yeah, there is another question in the chat box from Corinne. In aquaculture, is animal rights given attention while the fishes are alive? Are they allowed to live with dignity before we kill them for food? Living with dignity in the sense that at least swim space, living in an environment as natural as possible.
That is a very, very tough question, because I cannot address the animal rights when it comes to aquaculturists or even fishermen, things like that. But when it comes to science, if we are working on fish experiment, we do have to apply to get permission to run experiments on the subject that we are going to test on, just like fish. Especially it started off with organisms that with backbones. Yeah. So now it's actually the act itself to have animal rights, the research ethic is now moving towards smaller organisms. Yeah, that's I think that's the best I can answer. But when it comes to farmers and all those things, I'm not sure there is such act that is implemented on animal rights or not. Yeah, maybe the third speaker can help to address. Yeah. Sorry, Miss Lim, I'm throwing you a lot of questions to you.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, back to you, Akbar.
Yeah, there is another question from Dr. Zahir, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Prof, for your eye-opening sharing. I would like to know your view on the environmental impact assessment. Do all industry really put their effort in the EIA, or just become another fashion or industry?
Okay, that is a very good question. I mean, to me is I would not want to question or talk about EIA, because I've in the panel of EIA as a panel expert. But many times, EIA can be done beautifully by the consultant and it get the project approved. It can be reclamation, it can be from the maritime port, or it can be from anywhere. The EIA can be done professionally. What my main concern now is, to make things really happen, is I'm questioning more on implementation and the enforcement, because in the EIA it comes together with mitigation and all the measures, to be applied in order to protect the environment, regardless of what development being conducted. My question is, who is monitoring whether all this mitigation or this, whether the consultant or the developer really follows what they put in the paper or not? That's my question, because following to when the project take off, any project take off, the public will not be made aware on what's happening next until an issue arise. So it's not about the EIA. It's more on who should play a role in check and balance, and in terms of the monitoring, in terms of the enforcement. Yeah, that's of more of my concern. Back to you, Dr. Akbar.
Thank you, Prof. In terms of swim space for the fish or the shrimp or whatever it is, I just feel one thing, Prof, just wanted to share. For example, any aquaculture industry or any cultured pond, they used to follow what we did do it in our labs. For example, we have done studies on high stocking density and check the meat quality and so on. But that's the same thing that they are implementing in the larger scale in the ponds. So how can we say that? Of course, we cannot answer anything, but in terms of swim space, I think it is perfectly okay. It seems.
A lot of time, what we experiments conducted in the lab, we cannot actually duplicate it 100% out in the natural environment, because in the lab a lot of things are usually under control, but out in the natural environment a lot of unseen factors, even for example the microbial community in the natural environment is not taken into consideration when we were doing in the pilot scale or in the lab itself. So that is why to implement any successful practices from the lab to the environment, you still need a demonstration site or a study site out in the environment to prove your concept, whether it's applicable or not. Usually, what is in the lab, if you want to transfer it immediately, directly, you were bound to have a lot of challenges, a lot of unforeseen factors that come in that you did not put into consideration when you are in a controlled environment. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your eye-opening sharing. I would like to pass on. I would like to mention that on behalf of Institute of Oceanography and Maritime Studies, we really thank you for your time and effort and sharing your knowledge with all our participants. With this, I would like to move on to the second presenter. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Let me share the screen. Our second presenter is Associate Professor Dr. Shukri Haji Same, and it's very interesting CV, very short and very beautiful. He was born as a fisher boy and trained as a coastal aquaculturist, fishing technologist, and fisheries ecologist. Has brought him becoming a scientist with the fisherman's mind. His research is focused on the holistic ecology and the biology of the aquatic fauna, including fish, crabs, shrimps, and mollusks in estuarine habitat. He's also working on the trophic ecology of those organisms related to the ecosystem and the environmental aspect of the area. A particular interest in ecological and management approaches of Patani Bay, a small semi-enclosed habitat where both science and social science integrated, has been part of his study. Assessing impact of physical construction such as the wave barriers, artificial reef, green mussel reef, green mussel reefs, also a coastal habitat, along with the coastal habitat on faunal assemblage and distribution in another angle of his work. He has published more than 50 research papers and 5 books. Additionally, he has been his interest is particular on contributing with the community development projects to improve the quality of life, especially for those living in the remote and coastal areas. Also, he usually involved in planning, organizing, and evaluating several projects done by both local and regional government, particularly in southern Thailand. He's secured his PhD from the Faculty of Science, National University of Singapore. He is the director of Agrotech and Innovation Center, Patani Province. He was also served as a Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology, Prince of Songkhla University. He was a chairperson of Asian Fisheries Education Network, one of the largest in Asia, and he is currently an advisor for the Asian Fisheries Education Network. With this short intro, I would like to pass the floor to Professor Dr. Shukri.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arbajon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Professor Dr. Aileen, the first speaker, Madam Lim from the OF Malaysia, and Dr. Fuad Misbon, the head of their Innocent, and ladies and gentlemen, It's my very great pleasure to be with you here in very important symposium, and thanks to Professor Dr. Eileen. Actually, your talk helped me a lot as you give us the overview of the blue economy, and especially in the aquaculture context, in particularly in Malaysia. Myself will give a little bit of information and the hands-on experience from the keywords, some few keywords that mentioned by Dr. Eileen earlier, particularly the sustainability, participation, community, livelihood, and so on. So let me share my slide. Dr. Bajon. I can share from here. Okay. Actually, when asked to talk in this symposium, I choose this topic, the crab bank and multi-tools at community level for an integrated blue economy toward ocean sustainability. The aim of this talk is to give some, to share my experience working with the community in Thailand with the concept of the crab bank and another tool that we use at the local level in southern Thailand particularly. So as Akbar mentioned, I was born as a fisherman, a fisher boy in a small village. So using the cast net is something that I was born with cast net probably. And when I found that the background of the symposium is the fisherman casting the net, so I choose this photo of mine to represent the fisher boy. I trained as multi-fisherist. Luckily, I was after born as a fisherman and work as a fisher boy and trained in the university as the fisherist. I start my first degree in aquaculture, actually coastal aquaculture. With that, now I have my sea bass farm and also starting my mud crab farm. That is for experience too, because when teaching students, I always think that I have to do myself, then we can give something to the student. And so that I went to Malaysia, to UPM by that time, Native Pertanian Malaysia. Give a little bit background in Malaysia, and I did my master at UPM by that time, the Pusat Perikanan dan Sains Samudra Mangabang Teliput in Kuala Terengganu. That is in 1995, 96, that's some time ago. Then I went to Singapore. In Malaysia, I did my fishery technology, fishing technology. So I work on the fishermen and to design, to research something on the behavior of animal, particularly on squid, for the design of the fishing net. Then I went to Singapore to do my research for my PhD research on the ecology actually. So that's why Dr. Akbar introduced me as this multi-fisheries scientist. And now I work as a fish ecologist, and I spent almost 20 years in administration. But beside that, I'm lucky still doing some from my heart, working as academician and also working with the community. So my hobby, I call myself as the community developer as well. That is part of my work. So again, I divide my work into two parts, just to give you a background. At least you can see some, when I present, you can see some social science agenda behind. So as a scientist, of course, I published 5 books and some scientific papers. But that is for my career. Another part, as a fisher boy, I work for my soul. I follow my soul. I follow indeed my heart that I want to do something, to contribute something for the fishermen. So I start working as their community developer without pay. That is from my soul. So I published a book in Thailand as well in social, something like working with fishermen. So this is part of my work. So today I've been talking about the blue economy, as Dr. Eileen mentioned that the blue economy defined by World Bank already is about something that utilizing the ocean, improve livelihood and job, and of course we have to think about the ecosystem health. course, the blue economy encompasses many activities that today we are mentioning about more on the aquaculture. I'm be talking more on the sustainable fisheries, and we are talking about a little bit fisheries and ecotourism and the illegal fishing and marine debris. Everything I will talk and put in one local context here. So the outline of my talk, I touch a little bit about world fisheries, which is at unsustainable now. I give you two case studies from my hands-on experience. I call the tools at community level for the blue economy. The first example is the community crab bank. I'm not sure whether it's this. This is quite new in Thailand. It's already sometimes in Thailand, but it's very popular now. We call it a crab bank, a community crab bank. This is considered a species approach for blue economy. The second tool is I call the multi-tool in Patani Bay. This is the ecosystem approach to manage the ecosystem toward the ocean sustainability. So let me start with the first part of my talk is the unsustainable fisheries. The world fisheries nowadays, we realize that Dr. Aileen also mentioned about the world fisheries are overexploited and depleted in almost all parts of the world. We are only some fish, some fish stock left, some fishing fleet with still balanced exploitation left. Most of the area in the world are overexploitation or deplete resources. With this, is also threatened health, economy, and livelihood of people. Directly the fishermen, but indirectly for all people who have having related activities with the fishermen. So the main causes, as we know, is overfishing, harmful fishing, and we're talking about IUU fishing and habitat loss. This ecosystem challenging, and we are talking about inadequate management. Like Dr. Aileen also mentioned about inadequate management, the implementation, and many more causes for that. And this figure, I believe that we are in fisheries and aquaculture. We always see these figures. Definitely. So look at the world trend, the world capture. The orange color graph. You see, is steady. We have no more fishing fleet. We have no more fish stock in the sea increase. So the best we can do is at this level, at about 85-90 level, million tons level. So as Professor Aileen mentioned, that the aquaculture is, of course, is the activities that we need to work more in the future. But what kind of aquaculture is the question that Dr. Aileen threw to us and challenge us. But for the capture fisheries, in many countries, you look at is the world statistic is stable, but in many countries, for instance, in Thailand, in my country, there is depleting a lot. It's more than 30% of fish compared to 15 years ago is over. So this is something happened. So we always listening about the overfishing. So Thailand is a good example of overfishing in the past. And not only Thailand, there are many more countries in Southeast Asian region are facing this problem, and maybe also in Malaysia. And illegal fishing, there are still many illegal fishing anywhere in the world, everywhere in the world, either in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia, as I travel during my work as my duty as chairperson of the ASEAN Fishery Education Network. We found that illegal fishing is everywhere, almost everywhere in Southeast Asia. Except in Singapore, they don't have much illegal fishing because they don't have much fishermen over there, have many fishermen over there. And harmful fishing, there are still many activities considered harmful. And another very, very interesting information, and this is part of my work as well. We call it fishing down the food web. So nowadays, the fishermen, they catch the smaller fish, catch more fish, feeding on the lower trophic level, meaning that the fish that feed on phytoplankton, zooplankton, In the past, the fishermen, they fish more on the fish with the higher trophic level, like those, the piscivoras, the fish that feed on under the fish. But nowadays, the trophic level, the level of trophic level fish by the fishermen all over the world are going down. So this is the issue of discussion about the fishing down the food web. And FAO came with the sustainable world fisheries. This issue is actually is not new, but if you look at the FAO 2020 in the Sophia report, the FAO try to emphasize more on the sustainable world fisheries. The aim is to ensure food secure future for all. The fish aquaculture sector is the key. That is the keyword by FAO. So this is something that about sustainable world fisheries, the status of world fisheries today. The concepts and strategy or mechanism to cope with the reduction of fish stocks is actually, the concept is simple, but the challenging is the implementation and the management. The concept is simple. First, if you want to manage the fish resources, the first thing is you have to make your fish stock sustainable. That is simple, but it's very difficult practically. You have to minimize environmental impact. The work is again simple, but the management, the implementation is not easy, because you need effective management. The effective management, the word again is simple, but we, particularly in Asian region, it's not easy to manage the sea to meet the final aim of the sustainable fishery resources. So there are a lot of mechanisms. There are three main mechanisms as to cope with these challenges. The first is of course, the countries or the area, the region, the province need to have a policy. You need to have laws, and you need to have a good management. You need to have a good data assessment. For in Thailand, for instance, in Thailand now, the Department of Fisheries in Thailand, after we are forced by EU, after we got a yellow card from IUU, we got our fishing. The first thing that the DOF start to work is the data assessment. We need to know exactly what is our stock and what is the yield we are supposed to catch from the nature. So we come out with the data, but sometimes to get a good data, the reliable data and the up-to-date data is not easy. That is the data. The third part is even more important for me, if working at the community level, is the community participation. So we are talking about the gear, we are talking about maximum sustainable yield, we are talking about reserve, the area, we are talking about closed season, we are talking about rehabilitation, restoration of ecosystem and resources. We are talking about alternative livelihood and others. You have this policy. You have a good data, but if the fishermen say, no, I don't want to do that. So it's very difficult. You bring the police to the village. Fishermen say that once police come, I stop. When police go, I back to my own work again. This is happening in many countries. So in Thailand, we are very serious about this. Now the government successful in introducing a new law. Actually, in Thailand, I told you that I'm telling you that in Thailand we don't have Fisheries Act. Now we don't have Fisheries Act because of the emergency. We changed from our old Fisheries Act to become we call the Fisheries Decree. It's the national decree. So it's something like the emergency law to cope with the EU after we got a yellow card from IU, yellow card based on IUU from EU. So, but they are very successful in dealing with the big company, the big boat. But the ecosystem is still there. the small-scale fishermen is still not really aware about this, or even they are aware about this, but the activities they used to do is still happening. They are still using the toilets. They are still using push net in some area. So even though it's already prohibited by law. So today my statement is the laws and regulation is not enough for Thailand context. The law and regulation is not enough for Thailand context to cope with the responsible fisheries or to cope with the blue economy. Yet the most important or the equally important part is the community participation or co-management of fishery. So today my topic will focus more on the community participation, but we're following the law. So sorry. So there are two case studies I mentioned earlier. One is the community crab bank, and another one is the multi-tool for sustainable in Patani Bay ecosystem. This is you look at this photo. The above photo is the crab, the blue swimming crab. The below one is the Patani Bay, where I'm sitting just beside the Patani Bay now, as my university is here. So these are two concepts that I want to share with all of us here. The first one is the banking the crabs. Banking the crabs, meaning that we increase the crab stock. The banking the crab, why banking the crab? The crab I mean here is the blue swimming crab or Fortunus pilatus. The blue swimming crab. In southern Thailand, lot of fishermen, mostly the small scale and medium scale fishermen, rely on crab as the source of income, particularly the small scale fishermen. And what happened to the crab as other fisheries resources, as other fish and crustacean, they have become lesser and lesser, and of course unsustainable. And what we need to rehabilitate. You look at this photo. This is the photo of a kid doing some activities. So fishers rely on the crab. Less crab unsustainable. Need to rehabilitate. You look at the catch. Some of the catch with gravid female crab. The buried female crab. The crab is ready to spawn. Yes, it is illegal to catch this buried female crab, but everybody catch this crab. So what happened to Thailand? So we are thinking about we need to reduce this problem. So what we need to reduce this problem? So we have to ask the fishermen first. No, you must not catch the buried female crab. The fishermen say that no, we have to catch because it's a source of our income. We already catch it. Sometimes it's already died, or sometimes it's still alive, but we need to bring back to feed my kids. So we can't do anything. The law also is very difficult to cope with this number of fishermen. So what's next? So then if you cannot release crab back to nature, we just release the egg of the crab and you take the crab back. You can sell the crab. That is the concept of crab banking. But to do this, fishermen will ask why I have to do this. What will happen to me? I just release the egg and there is nothing after that. I get the crab back, but it wastes my time. I don't want to do that. So as researchers, as developers, this is very challenging. So it comes out with the concept of we have to change. We have to do three changes for the fishermen. The first change is to change the head of fishermen. Change the head of fishermen. All the questions the fishermen ask, what is the crab bank? Why we have to do crab bank? We have to work with them. We have to change their mind. We have to change the head of thinking that we are fishermen. We are different from farmers. Farmers, when they grow plants, when they grow any fruit or whatever plant they grow, they have to give the fertilizer. They have to showering. They have to look after every day. But we fishermen, we never do this. What we've been doing since we are since the old time is we just take the boat, put the net on the boat and go to the sea and set the net and bring the fish back. We don't care about the sea. So this is what happened to us now. Our crab, our fish become less and less. So this is the way we can do something to increase our crab stock. So we have to motivate them. We have to show them, and then we have to shake their heart. Then we start teaching them the skill and tool. So we call the hand. We shake the hand. So it come out with the crab bank. So this is crab fisheries. The blue swimming crab fishery. In turn, they use either gill net or the pot. You see, this is the gravid female crab caught by fishermen, and a lot of them. So if you look at one crab, this size of crab is about 200 to 300 grams per crab. So this 200 to 300 grams per crab, it can have about 1 million of eggs. So you can imagine 1 million of eggs. If it released back to nature, what will happen to that area? So come out with the concept of crab bank. So I give you a little bit information about crab bank. Actually, crab bank is not new to the world. From what I searched, is originated from Japan in the prefecture called Haigo prefecture in 1980. That is some time ago. It's developed by the cooperative in Japan. So the concept of crab bank is actually a strategy. It's I think the smart strategy to enhance stocks and ensure sustainable use of crab resources. The mechanism is allowing gravid female crab to spawn before selling or release them to nature. And as a tool, once we start working with crab bank, we found that it's tool to strengthen community-based management institution and improve security of livelihood. Once the fishermen start doing crab bank, they are not only, most of the banks that we are working, they are not only doing crab work, but they are doing another activities, meaning that these activities finally can serve the sustainable of resources, increase their income, and extend the concept of sustainability and conservation of resources. So technically, I give some of you maybe familiar with the crab life cycle, but some may be new to the crab life cycle. If you look at the concept of crab bank is from, we follow the life cycle of crab. The adult crab, once they are fertilized, they will release the egg to the abdomen and will become the buried female crab. And the egg will change from yellow, from orange to brown and dark brown and very dark brown. And once to that stage, they are ready to hatch and become zoo-ear in only a few days, only 1 or 2 days. So after zoo-ear, they develop to megalopa and first crab and back to nature. And when the crab age about 4, 5, 6 months, so they become adult. So this is the life cycle of the crab. That is very short. So with the short life cycle of crab, we can make the advantage of this. So we are in the concept of crab bank. We start collecting the crab at the buried female stage, particularly the brown color or the dark brown color. Then we keep in the bank. We call the bank. I show you later what is the bank mean. And once the crab hatch, so we release the zoo-ears to nature. So this is the crab bank, the concept. There are different models of crab bank. The Japanese model by the cooperative in the past, the first model we call the Japanese model. Japanese model is simple. The cooperative, they buy the crab from the fishermen, buy the buried female crab from fishermen, and they release to nature immediately. And once the fishermen caught the crab, that crab, they will highlight something to show that this is the crab that from the cooperative. Once the fishermen caught back in the nature, they will not bring home, so just release it to the nature again. This is the Japanese model. But now there are many more models like donation model. When the fishermen, they donate the crab to the bank. The ownership model means that the medium-sized fishermen, meaning that they are fishermen with several boats, maybe 10 boats, 5 boats, owned by themselves. So they set up the crab bank themselves at at their area. And once they found the buried female crab, they just hatch the crab first and release to nature. The loan model means that when fishermen catch the buried female crab, they bring the crab, they deposit the crab to the bank. Once the crab release the egg, they take back the crab and sell to the market. And another model is purchasing the crab, is similar to the Japanese model, but they purchase the crab, the buried female crab, and put in the bank. Once the crab release the eggs, they sell the crab to the market, and they can use that money to buy another crab. This is the model. The most important turn of Thailand for the crab banking project is when our Prime Minister visited one of the crab bank in Thailand, and then he said that this is one of the tools that Thailand is supposed to do. So he announced to have the crab banks all over Thailand. I myself be responsible for and my group be responsible for 3 provinces in the southern most of Thailand. So with this policy of the Prime Minister, can you imagine the crab bank, the concept of crab bank? The Prime Minister and the cabinet had a meeting, and they came out with a policy of having a crab bank all over Thailand. So we are working with crab bank under the policy of the government. After actually the concept is from the academic, passed to the government, and the government take this action. So nowadays in Thailand there are 2 systems of crab bank model. First is called the simple hatchery system. When we are talking about crab bank, you look at the photo. The photo on the right are 2 systems of crab bank. Crab bank doesn't mean that you have a very good banker. No, there are fishermen working on this voluntarily. The second model is the cage system. For the hatchery system, the fishermen build up a small infrastructure, a small place to keep the crab, and you have a bucket, you have a tank or whatever, or concrete tank or the plastic bucket or whatever, you can keep the crab inside. So the protocol is to keep the gravid crab in the tank or in the bucket, and let crab releasing the egg. Once crab releasing the egg, you take the zoo ear, release to the sea, and you sell the crab or return the crab to the owner. That is the concept, the first concept, the first model of crab bank, simple hatchery system. The second system is cage system. Cage system is like the cage culture. You just put a crab inside the cage, and once the crab release the egg, so you just take the crab. So there are 2 systems. Now in Thailand, the first system, the simple hatchery system, are very popular. It's run, all are run by fishermen. There are concept called, they try to introduce the concept that while you release the zoo ear, you can release megalopa or the young crab. So to do that, actually you need more facility. So for fishermen, it's convenient to release the zoo ear. This is another example of the cage system. This is an example of the we call the crab bank, the simple hatchery system. You look at the crab, just put inside here. So, but some place they put in a good bucket like this, and some fishermen they do have the concrete tank like this, and some bucket, and they put a crab in. And of course, you look at the signboard here to indicate people as well. So even in some company, that good, quite big crab fishing company, they also have this system of crab bank, the movable system of crab bank. One, they got the buried female crab, they put it here, let the crab release the egg, and then they ask the fishermen, the boat, to release zoo ear to the nature. So this is how apart from they are technically, apart from you let the crab spawn or lay the egg in the tank, you also can remove the egg, especially the dark brown color egg, the egg ready to spawn, and then you take the crab back. So, but this is time consuming. So, or sometimes you just cut the abdomen. You just cut the egg with abdomen and you put in the bucket. You aerate, you give the aeration, and then you wait until the hatch, and then you bring zoo ear to the nature. So, releasing zoo ear to the nature is another very important aspect, actually, in not many research doing this. So releasing zoo ear to the nature is the most suitable for fishermen. As I mentioned earlier, there are questions why you don't release megalopa or young crab, so it can increase the survival rate of crab in the nature. But for the fishermen, this is the most suitable because it's simple and everybody can do it. You look at the photo, the fishermen from all age, even the kids, they can do this to release zoo ear to the nature. And applying this plastic bag or carrying tank as container, whatever. And of course, another tool that fishermen always do is developing device or ecosystem for zoo ear to hide. And this is actually another tool for fishermen to cope with not only releasing crab zoo ear, but it helps. One fisherman setting up the device in the sea. Normally, they will come together with the prohibited fishing area. So this is the community prohibited fishing area will apply to the crab bank as well. So far, I'm running with 11 and now 12 crab banks in 3 provinces of southern Thailand. It's actually we are I'm now very close to Malaysia. The Kelantan is here. I'm here, so it's not far from Malaysia. We are sharing the same sea. I'm not sure about what about the crab bank program in Malaysia. So this is part of the crab bank work. The construction is contract by fishermen. In my project, this is under my research project. This 11 crab bank is under my project. So the project, we provide the construction material to the villagers, to the fishermen. We didn't build any building for them. They will build themselves, but we provide the material for them. We provide knowledge for them, and then we motivate them. So fishermen come out, we support them. So everything is created and act by fishermen. So they will love the bank that they build, and they will understand that, they will acknowledge that what the bank will help them indirectly and indirectly. So this is how they set the fish aggregating devices to release the zoo ear. Actually, ask me, it's not help much in terms of zoo ear survival, but it will, this area, when fishermen say, it will become the area prohibited for all fishing activities around this area. So on the left, you see how the fishermen they help each other to construct the bank in their village. This is another bank in the village. Now it's constructing. This Friday they are opening the bank. I'm going to join the ceremony for the bank opening. So what the message we send to the fishermen or even the kids of the fishermen, releasing the baby crab today, look at this kid, releasing the baby crab today, it will become our money tomorrow. And we for schooling, this is the message we send to them. So once they release the crab, we tell them that in the next 4 months or the next 5 months, your father will bring back the crab to you and it will become your food. So apart from releasing zoo ear, we also doing educate people, and it become the edu tourism. Edu tourism place for people in this area. a lot of students, lot of villagers, they want to release the crab zoo here. They want to contribute something. Some of them, they donate something. So it become very good activity in Thailand now. And then I myself also, I work with fishermen. You can see this is how we jointly work with fishermen to introduce the crab. Now, I'm running, I told you earlier, the crab bank is not only releasing zoo here. Crab bank is prohibiting illegal fishing, but crab bank also, we try to promote crab bank as the edu-tourism or eco-tourism for people here. You look at this small bridge designed by the fisherman's son. Designed by the fishermen, they want to make the crab bank here, which is set up in the sea at the beach, very beautiful beach, to become the tourism spot. Once tourists come to this area, they will buy the crab, and then they will do activity like releasing the zoo ear crab, and then they can charge money from this tourist. So this is the dream. And now the fishermen, without pay, they volunteer to do this thing, to build this bridge. Now, a month ago, I went to visit the bridge. It's become like this already. So the dream is become like this. So it become their check-in point for tourists. And beside that, they can sell the crab. So this is what we are doing now. We already released about 1 billion zoo ear from under my project. 1 billion zoo ear release. It's about 1,500 crab per month that bank into the bank, that put into the bank. So it's about 1 billion zoo ear per month that we put into our bank. So what happened? What happened after that? After 6 months, after 5 months, the crab can be caught back by the fishermen. So on top of that, we don't work only on the crab bank. So with fishermen, as my faculty, I've been dean for 8 years, and we call the pilot plant, the sterilized pilot plant. So we try to develop the product together with the fishermen, with the crab bank people, and we develop the crab curry or whatever and sterilize it. So to increase the income of the fishermen, we utilize waste from the crab fisheries, the waste from the crabber. So we make the waste, now it's become fertilizer. And of course, the use net from the crabber, we have the cleaning machine that again organized by the fishermen, cleaning machine for recycle the net. So we also help them to market the crab. Now the COVID problem, so online market is very important. So our crab banker also they are doing this. So the key result, what is the key result? Fishers catch more crab significantly after we do research and we assess the project. Fishers catch more crabs, and of course it's sustainable for the whole of Thailand. We found that besides the total catch in Thailand decreased 2010 to 2018, it decreased a lot, but the crab increased. The only species that increased is the crab. So crab bank, we assume to be one of the factors that having this phenomenon in Thailand. And indirectly, there are more fishes turn crabbers. More fishes turn crabbers, both in the whole Thailand and in Pattani area. So the key success factor for crab bank is the leadership of fishermen, the membership of fishermen, the management skill of the bankers, for the budget supporters like us, and networking is very important. So as science, there are few scientific challenges for crab bank. Before I'm talking to the second topic, I have about 5 minutes, 10 minutes for second topic. First is direct evaluation. We don't know how much zoo ear survive in nature. We know that if if we calculate from zoo ear to market table size crab in the pond, the survival rate is about 2 to 5 or 1 to 5% from zoo ear. But in the sea, we don't know. And what is the suitable ecosystem to release zoo ear? We should release at night, in the morning, or whatever. Even some say that we should release at night, but practically it's very difficult for fishermen. And then movement of crab after releasing, where crabs going, we don't know where. But fishermen always tell that the crab is just in front of their area, about 20 minutes from the shore, you can get the crab. And it's of course more crab compared to before they don't have the crab bank in that area. And of course they can apply to other species. So the crab bank and blue economy is relevant. The crab bank and SDG 14 is relevant. It's relevant because crab bank talking about SDG 17 partnership. Crab bank talking about tourism, reduce illegal fishing, whatever. This is the concept of crab bank. So that is my first tool. The second tool is the community participation in utilization of resources in Patani Bay. I will take only about 5 minutes, 10 minutes to talk about this. Patani Bay is where I'm sitting now, where the Prince of Songkhla University. The bay is about 70 square kilometers. You look at this is the bay. So the bay is very small. Actually, the bay is very small. It's there 55 here and about 20 here. The university is here. Okay, and then a group of researchers, including myself, we are running a project in the bay. So we found that the fish catch in the bay, in 27, I did my research. It's about 9 million USD per year. 9 million USD per year, about 5,000 ton fish caught directly from the bay. But last year, we found that almost half gone. Almost half of fish gone. So once the almost half of fish gone, it affects the fisherman life. Definitely, it affects the fisherman life. So the fishermen struggle to survive. There are many efforts and there are many management working in the bay. Regulate illegal fishing, rehabilitate resources, reuse abundant shrimp pond, ecotourism as alternative livelihood. So these are the activities that they are working with fishermen and Department of Fisheries. We work with fisher folks. We work with stakeholders. So as a researcher, we do research. Beside that, we also work with fishermen to enforce illegal fishing. There are still condominium traps, there are still mini trawlers, there are still small push net working here. So what we are doing is very difficult. As I told you earlier, law alone is not enough. So we come out with a reserve and new habitat by using the green mussel. We call the co-management area. The green color, we use the area of 2 kilometers square to become the reserve area, and we create new habitat by including green mussel reef in the area. It's a green mussel. You look at this. This is the green mussel. Why green mussel? Because in that area, what we are thinking is, apart from planting mangrove forest along the coast, but it's not enough. So we need to build the complex ecosystem for aquatic animals to live inside. So green mussel is one of a good example, because we realize from the green mussel everywhere that green mussel will become a good ecosystem for other aquatic animals. But green mussel here is not aquaculture. We don't consider here aquaculture. We are not considered aquaculture, but we consider as a reef. But once the mussel grow up to marketable size, fishermen will take some mussel for selling. Of course, this is the green mussel. So we're setting up the green mussel reef, and we prohibit destructive fishing under this area. So it's not only green mussel, but also we prohibit destructive fishing, working between community and Department of Fisheries. And what happened? We Fishermen catch more fish. We have income from green mussel and ecotourism, a new source of income. You look at this, the ecotourism. There are those people, the tourists, they never seen green mussel near the city. They eat mussel, of course, but they never seen mussel in the sea. So they're very happy, excited to see mussel. Not only mussel, they can see the mangrove, they can see the sea, the birds, everything is there. So the area become, in the past, the fishermen rely mainly on fish for their livelihood. But nowadays, some of them, not all, some of them, maybe 20%, 30%, change to ecotourism. Even COVID-19 outbreak, they are still, once they open the tourist, now they open the tourist spot, so they can earn money from this. So this is something that you look at this wooden bridge. It's constructed by fishermen that's supported by the university. Everything you see in the photo is supported by the university. So part of this is also increase the ecotourism around the area. 10 years ago, there is no any resort around this area, but now more than 30 resort chalet around this area, and ecotourism is become one of the main income of the fishermen in the past. Even some fishermen still doing fishing, but ecotourism is part of their income. So again, the concern with the tourism industry is coming, but it's another story. So along the bay again, not only in that area, along the bay there are a lot of abundant shrimp farms. So we in the university work with Department of Fisheries try to convert this abundant shrimp farm to become mud crab culture, because it found that mud crab is less harmful to the nature. And mud crab are very eco-friendly aquaculture organism. So we start with we having hatchery in the university, we having the nursing pond in the university, and we promote the fishermen. We promote the abundant shrimp farmer to work on mud crab. Now there are more than 20 farms of mud crab running around the area. And you look at this is the supply chain, the supply chain of mud crab conducted in this province, in Pattani province. It's become, we call the noble area. So this is something that we try to utilize our resources sustainably, and of course can bring something to the fishermen. So the concept of working in Pattani Bay is that in the past we used mainly for provision, support, and regulation services, meaning that we use for provision, support, and regulation services. But now there are multiple directions of usage. But this multiple direction of usage, we as researchers have to contribute to the good direction of usage. And then in conclusion of my talk, these two examples can give you the tool that working the small but yet effective action by the fisher folk of community in Pattani province, southern Thailand, to collaborate or to deal with the blue economy and toward the sustainability of ocean. And the crab bank is one of the tools. And the Pattani Bay, the multi-tool meaning that the green mussel reef, prohibit fishing, ecotourism, education, other tools that we apply in Pattani Bay. And there are, of course, what I want to tell you is that different area, different place, we should have different policy and approach. Starting at local level by the people in the university, working together with those in the Department of Fishery, Department of Environment, or whatever, it will speed up the process, and we can see the outcome, the impact is quickly compared to if we work alone. But the key message I want to deliver, my last word, is all that I show you are from the laboratory to the community. and working by group of people in the university with the community. So we believe that with that we can approach the sustainable fisheries at the local context. We conserve marine life and ocean. We create jobs and we reduce poverty, and we try to end hunger in the particular area. We protect coastal communities, impact of climate change as well, and we take action against illegal fishing, and we tackle marine debris as well. So these are the example that I give you, 2 examples of what we are working here for a couple of years to contribute to the blue economy. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Akbar.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for your excellent presentation. And the crab bank concept is one of the excellent one. And I'm very sure that many countries have contacted you to implement such similar projects in their own country. I would like to open the floor for the questions. And if there is any question, please unmute yourself and pose a question. Or let me roll the ball first. Prof, is there anyone from Malaysia contacted you to implement such a similar crab bank concept in Malaysia? It's next to Kelantan.
Okay, yes. Actually, from UMT in Malaysia, Terengganu, they are trying to implement this project in their village. I think that the Pak Tuyu village or somewhere is around the university by Dr. Fazrul. He's doing this in that area, but the rest I don't have information about that.
Okay, and there is one question in the chat box from Dr. Munir, if I'm not mistaken. He is interested to know the latest measures and methods adopted or agreed upon to address the IIU in Asia. Any applicable latest technologies to combat IIU? IUU,
right? Oh yes, IUU is very serious problem in Thailand because we have both the technology that the fixed to the boat. We call a vessel monitoring system that all the boat have to fix with that system. So the officers can monitor where the boat go. They don't cross the border of other countries. They don't cross the line of the zonation. And of course, they use their satellite system and their war room. We call it war room, where the officer can track all the boats in Thailand. Yes, they do have this. They do have this. And on top of that, actually, the challenge for Thailand is the thing that for me is the stock assessment. It's the stock assessment because the concept of IUU, we need to implement the maximum sustainable yield, the MSY. But the fishermen, they don't believe that the MSY calculated by the DOF is correct. So we need to prove that the calculation is correct. The formula using is correct. So this is another angle, I think, another angle of research that the government should put. And then I'm now working on researching on we call the repositioning Thai agriculture. I'm for the National Research Fund, and then I'm in charge of the fisheries and aquaculture. So one of the direction I will propose to the government of Thailand is we need to work more on the calculation of the stock. Right. So we utilize the smart system. We utilize the electronic system a lot, or to cope with IUU.
Perfect. I think it answers the question to Dr. Munir. If there is any other question, yeah.
You mean Dr. Akbar?
Yeah, please, Dr. Fuad.
This is not a question actually. Assalamualaikum Dr. Sukri.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Fuad.
How are
Apa
you?
kabar? Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, apa khabar Dr. Sukri?
Ah,
Thank you so much
Alhamdulillah, nanti-
for a very good presentation.
You're welcome.
No, actually, I really interested. I mean, with the idea of crab bank, it's not just the idea; it's the action plan that comes afterwards. That makes it interesting, especially and when you support that circular economy. There, you have the editourism, and then the waste there of the waste of the crab, and then you use that as a fertilizer, and then the used net you recycle, which can inhibit the problem of a ghost net and also the microplastic problem from the fiber of the net. And then with that scientific method, I really think that we can have we need to learn about this from your side, from Prince of Sokla University, from you especially. Wishing for a collaboration on this, Dr. Sukri.
Right, my pleasure, my pleasure. Actually, Kuantan is good place. Kuantan is very good place to setting up the first crab bank in Kuantan. I'm not sure whether you have crab bank there.
I don't think so. We
have the mud crab activity here, so maybe, but not the crab bank lah.
Right.
But
right.
I can ask for a visit from your side.
Sure.
Please come
Sure,
to Kuantan.
sure.
Later we discuss about this.
Inshallah. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sukri.
Right. Do you have maybe I ask you a question? Do you have
No
crab,
problem.
Do you have crab net fishermen over there? The fishermen who use crab net or who catch the ketam renjang?
At our area in Inosam, we do have the mud crabs activity, but it's not that a very main activity here.
All right.
But it is a very useful if we can start up, as there is a possibility of that economic point there, so we can enhance it by using the scientific way.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Please mute. If you want to ask a question, please unmute yourself and ask. And those who do not ask the question, please unmute for easy of the program. Okay.
Can I ask a question? Just to continue on my consider on the chat box.
Please.
Munir here.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard the response from Dr. Shukri that there's a system being implemented in Thailand for IUU. Sorry, IUU, not IIU. IIU is in this Islamic University. Okay. Is the program to combat IUU is being implemented in Thailand? If the vessel monitoring is being done and tracking is being done, maybe we could find out more from what has been done in Thailand, so that maybe we can adopt it in Malaysia. Thank you.
Yes. I think it's good. We can share. Malaysia is also doing a good job, but Thailand, because we are forced by EU, so the government spend a lot of money on the vessel tracking system. So all vessel. So what happened is now a lot of vessel I'll tell you one thing. It's quite secret. About 100 vessels from my province are now in Malaysia, because most of this vessel, they are
That's not good.
by national vessel. By national vessel. So they choose the nation to become Malaysian boat, so they cannot back to Thailand because they own the Malaysian as well. So in the past, they joint venture or something like that. So about 100 go, because they say that it's very serious here. It's very serious in Thailand. Monitoring system is very serious. I think the long term is really good to have this kind of monitoring.
We are losing about 1 billion a year worth of seafood from IUU. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for
Cik Munir actually is one of our collaborators in our ongoing project right now. It's about billfish, Dr. Sukri.
I see.
It's one of our
Thank you for everyone, and special thanks to Prof. Shukri for excellent presentation. It's really an eye-opening presentation and knowledgeable one to every one of the participants. Thank you. And before we move on to the third presenter, of course, everyone was for sure 2 hours continuous presentation. You should be a bit tired. Have some coffee, and we will be back in another 15 minutes During this time, we would like to present to you some information regarding one of the flagship project of Institute of Oceanography and Maritime Studies, among the 20 plus more flagship projects of IIUM, which is called a Marine School. Under the umbrella of Marine School, we have been working with the community for a long time, and this is one of the successful projects in IIUM as well as in the Pahang coastline. I would like to ask the technical committee to display the video of IIUM Marine School. Meanwhile, please try to have a coffee. Unfortunately, we are not having a meeting in person. Next year, we'll try to have the same sort of conference, and we all meet together. Meanwhile, a technical committee, please. It's a 5 minutes presentation. Can anyone? I'm sorry for the technical glitch. Dr. Fuad, could you please wait? Okay, fine. Anyhow, we will start the third presentation in at exactly 11:15 as we planned. Unfortunately, there's no audio. Issues. Sorry for the technical issues. And you can see, I can explain by the way, and we have done a lot of programs and display our stuffs in many programs, and we have been working with the two of the schools which are adopted schools under our institute. And as you can see, the actions done by our, yeah, our kids anyhow. Almost every week we used to have, every month once, we used to have this kind of program for the school children, and we evaluate their performance even after the program. And there are regular participants of our beach cleanup program or any other program that we used to conduct every single month.
Tahu pun. Lepas tu, memang mati.
Penyu pun boleh mati.
Sebab apa? Sebab apa penyu mati?
Dia kena layar.
Sebab apa? Sebab plastik. Ya, betul.
Ajaran dia macam jangan buang sampah mata.
Okey, oh baguslah, hebat ah.
Dia tak boleh buang sampah mata-mata.
Itulah kalau tak dia sampai dekat mana? Dekat laut.
Dia sampai laut.
Lepas tu
Daripada lahar sampah mati.
tahu pun. Lepas tu
mati.
memang mati.
Penyu pun boleh mati.
Sebab apa? Sebab apa penyu mati?
Kena jaga. Jangan nelayan.
Sebab apa? Sebab plastik. Ya, betul.
Thank you so much for sharing this video. And as you can see, we have so many other activities like webinars and many other activities. Everything is on YouTube. You just have to type IIUM Marine School in YouTube and you can find the channel, and all the things are available, all the recorded videos and our activities, which we have invited many experts from abroad as well as national researchers. And you can find all the information on YouTube, including the one that we are speaking as we are speaking. It's on YouTube live stream. Thank you. And this is the exact time for our third presenter to come into the picture. Let me share my screen. Okay, our third speaker is Madam Lim Ai Kek. and she is the senior fishery officer from the Marine Park Resource Management Division of the Department of Fisheries, Malaysia. She secured her master's in sustainability sciences, University of Malaya. She is involved in reviewing legal and policy mechanisms pertaining to the marine park management. She is also involved in the gazettement process of new marine protected areas, and she is also the active member of National Focal Point for the program of work on marine and coastal biodiversity, conservation of biological diversity, and so on. And she is currently serving as I mentioned, the senior fisheries officer. Without further, I would like to pass the floor to Madam Lim, and the floor is yours, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Prof. Eileen, Prof. Shukri, Dr. Fuad, and Dr. Akbar. Thank you for having me today. I'll share my screen. Can you see?
Unfortunately, your screen is your presentation screen.
Is it on?
Maybe you have to stop sharing and then reshare the screen of your presentation slides. It's better if you only click the PowerPoint slides share screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll share my
Not
PowerPoint
the
then.
screen.
There. Is it okay?
It's perfectly okay.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Thank you for having me today. Thank you for the kind introduction, Dr. Akbar. So I am currently the fisheries officer under the Marine Park and Resource Management Division. So I was previously, for a while, I was in the planning division. So in terms of how should I put it, questions on enforcements and aquaculture may not be my forte, but I'll try to answer as much as possible as I go through my presentation, because it does have some overall view in terms of Malaysia's scenario in fisheries resource management. So, okay. So my topic today is actually on mainly on marine protected areas on top of marine resource management. So it's a bit different from Prof. Eileen's and Prof. Shukri's talk. It's a bit different, but related to the blue economy and how protecting our marine biodiversity achieves the overall SDG 14 goals. So when we talk about the blue economy, like Prof. Eileen and Prof. Shukri mentioned, it is about a lot of activities that happen in our marine areas, and these are some of the main ones which are also in Malaysia. Coastal tourism. When the MCO, the movement control order movement was lifted, most people would flock to our seaside for recreation activities. So this is one of the main thing about about the beauty of Malaysia. We have a very long coastline, and the sea is usually quite near. Should I put it quite near to where we stay? Like for example, in Selangor, we have the Moree, or even a bit further out, we have Port Dickson, and these are the areas that we need, that contributes towards the blue economy, where it is mainly on sustainable use of ocean resources, as mentioned by both Prof. Eileen and Prof. Shukri. And our country is also one of the one main produce of the country is oil and gas, on top of other minerals. Like there are a lot of other mining besides oil and gas, sand mining, minerals, and also blue economy is also about fisheries, the fisheries industries. Prof. Eileen and Prof. Shukri talk about aquaculture, and it is part of the value chain of the fisheries industry, and fish processing, which is a product of both capture fisheries and also aquaculture. And our sea also contributes towards industries such as shipbuilding, and our Straits of Malacca is one of the main highways, marine highways in the world, the busiest in fact. And we also talk about the potentials of marine renewable energies. Of course, in Malaysia, it is not yet the in thing, but it is one of the potentials that is being explored. And desalination, even our Pulau Payar in Kedah, where there is no freshwater source for our consumption, we have embarked upon developing a desalination plant to provide for our daily use on Pulau Payar Marine Park. And blue economy also, we cannot forget about about the ecosystem services that our marine areas provide. Coastal protection, like Prof. Eileen mentioned, coastal protection and other a lot of ecosystem services like carbon sequestration by mangrove areas and seagrasses. So, and also marine biotechnology, we shouldn't forget that. And a lot of universities are also embarking on marine biotechnology studies, like looking for potentials of products that can be produced from our marine resources. Like many years back, USM Kelantan did approach us to conduct a study on crown of thorns, the compound that is contained in crown of thorns starfish, which is a predator to corals. Usually we would cull them because it is a predator to corals. If there is any overpopulation, we would cull them and we would bury them. So there was one year when USM Kelantan approached us to study on the potential of crown of thorns, a compound which can be extracted from the organism, and see how it can be used for pharmaceutical purposes. Like one of the preliminary findings was that it has a potential in anti-aging compound, which I'm not sure whether it has been further studied, but the preliminary findings was that crown of thorns has a potential as an anti-aging agent. So besides culling them, so if it has potentials, then there is use for it. So instead of burying them or killing them, then it can be used for developing an industry as a product which contributes towards the economy. So these are some of the activities that are happening in our marine areas. So when we talk about blue economy, of course we cannot run away from SDGs, our Sustainable Development Goals, which are, of course, Malaysia is a part of. And we would always come across this diagram where the biosphere serves as the basis of all other goals. Like goal 14, life below water is one of the bases that forms the biosphere. Life on land is the other quarter, and of course, the main resources that forms the basic needs of our daily lives would be clean water and sanitation and climate action. So without these elements, we wouldn't be able to develop the society goals that falls under developing of society, and also which at the end of it, what we would like to achieve is developing our economy. So goal 14 is one of the main bases of all SDGs, because without a healthy ocean, we wouldn't be able to develop the other goals. We wouldn't be able to achieve other goals, in fact. So let me go further. So these are some of the targets that are outlined in SDG 14, whereby it aims to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. So here we can see that the end goal of SDG 14 is development. It is a very anthropocentric way of putting this, where the main aim of SDG is for human development, for economic development, for us to gain economic security. So these are some of the means that are outlined, where it involves addressing threats to the marine ecosystem, such as reducing pollution, to minimize impacts of ocean acidification, to address IUU, like Dr. Mona, there was one participant who asked about IUU fishing earlier, and to strengthen resilience and conduct restoration. And one of the main thing that is outlined in SDG 14 would be to conserve at least 10% of our coastal and marine areas. And besides that, it also talks about there are also targets on reforming fisheries subsidies, where it should address to overcome issue of IUU, to address the issue of overcapacity. These are some of the elements that are outlined in SDG 14, and it also, like Prof. Eileen mentioned, to increase scientific knowledge and to provide access for small-scale fishermen, and to implement international laws. So these are all the elements that are outlined under SDG 14, which would lead towards sustainable development, and which in turn contribute towards the blue economy. So, like Prof. Eileen mentioned, Malaysia is a blessed country. We have both in Southeast Asia, we have 1/3 of the world's coral reefs and mangrove forests, and we are also part of the Coral Triangle, where it is home to 75% of world's reef building coral species. And to illustrate this, we have recorded 1,619 species of fish, 612 species of hard corals, and other marine organisms such as marine mollusks and seaweeds. So these resources form the basis of our economic development. These contributes to our fisheries industry. Without our wealth in terms of our marine resources, we wouldn't be able to support the industry. So, like I said, Malaysia is a blessed country, which is why we need to manage it sustainably, protect it from threats, and yeah. So to further illustrate the fisheries industry in the country, I would like to highlight that capture fisheries, like Prof. Eileen mentioned, is still the main producer of our fisheries resources, whereby it contributes towards, in 2020, 78% of our total fisheries produce, compared to only 22% from the aquaculture industry. And like as mentioned by Prof. Eileen, aquaculture is actually the key, and Prof. Shukri also mentioned, is that aquaculture is the key to sustain our growing needs for fish protein. So this is what we are targeting in terms of the ministry. We are targeting that the ability of aquaculture should be increased to support and to reduce the dependency of the capture fisheries, whereby in 2030 we hope that aquaculture should increase up to a double of what it is contributing now, which is up to 40% of our fisheries produce. And also because we are targeting that per capita consumption per year would be increasing to 52 kg per year in 2030. So which is why securing the fisheries industry is very important, because without this, without a sustainable capture fisheries, without aquaculture, we wouldn't be able to support the industry. We wouldn't be able to support our seafood security, because what we are aiming now is that we want an industry that is able to support the needs of our society, so also to contribute towards our national economy, whereby we aim to increase our GDP contribution towards GDP to 1.3% in 2030. So these are all very dependent on how we are able to manage the resources, as well as to increase production of aquaculture, because as Prof. Eileen mentioned, we need to increase productivity, but of course we shouldn't be only focusing on productivity per se. We need to also take into consideration how we can use or maximize technology in terms of good aquaculture practices in order to achieve what we aim for. So how does marine protected areas contributes towards the blue economy? It is that, as I think most of us here would be agreeable, that it serves our marine areas, especially our coral reefs, our mangrove areas, our seagrasses, supports and serve as refuge area for countless of marine species, countless of commercial species, breeding grounds and foraging grounds for them, so that they would be able to be captured in a way when they are available for capture when they grow. So it serves as a refuge, and it also contributes towards national economy, where, as I've mentioned, marine protected areas contributes towards tourism. So not only coastal areas, but all our islands, most of our islands are very, like, it's a huge attraction for both international and local tourists, whereby when there was for a while when MCO was lifted, Pulau Tioman was flocked by tourists, as well as Pulau Redang, Pulau Perhentian. That was last year. So these are all attractions that we need to protect, and also the fishery sector, we shouldn't, it is a main contributor towards the fisheries sector, and for that it ensures food security, because fish is, besides poultry and other source of terrestrial protein, fish is a main protein source in Malaysia, especially for the coastal community, because where else can we get protein? But it is also getting more expensive, like Prof. Eileen mentioned. So which is why this is very important, and this area also provides other ecosystem services like coastal protection, as I've mentioned, carbon sequestration, climate regulation, and nutrient recycling, among others, because these are the areas, marine protected areas are the areas where we need to conserve towards sustaining our for it to provide further ecosystem services. So coral reefs within MPA also thrives better than non-MPAs. If I would like to show here is that we carry out annual reef surveys with the collaboration of Reef Check Malaysia and their volunteers. So we would survey areas within marine protected areas and also areas outside of marine protected areas. So along the years, we would see a trend whereby areas, coral reefs within marine protected areas have higher live coral cover, whereby compared to non-protected area, and they are more resilient towards changes. If I can show here is that in 2011 there was a coral bleaching phenomenon where some of our reefs are affected, and in terms of recovery, we would be able to see a higher recovery rate for areas within marine protected areas compared to areas outside of protected areas. So this is why marine protected areas is important. And another mass bleaching also happened in 2016, where we also saw some decline in live coral cover, and of course, and we were also hit again by the Pabuk storm in 2019 on the east coast of Peninsula, whereby Pulau Redang, Pulau Perhentian was badly affected, and which was why we see a slight dip in live coral cover in 2019 and 2020. And this is where protecting these areas comes into hand, whereby we need to ensure that these areas are protected from other threats, because anthropogenic threats would cause more harm when climate change happens, when there is an expected higher occurrence or frequency of coral bleaching, or higher frequency of storms or intensity of storms. So by protecting these areas from human activity, these areas would be able to recover through time. But of course, there has to be minimal human activities in these areas besides restoration programs. So yesterday I attended briefly a webinar on restoration, which was organized by UMT. There was one speaker from Australia who speak about coral restoration, and he actually doesn't really believe in restoration, which I would say I would agree with him, because restorations should come as a last resort. Protecting it from degradation or protecting it from other activities should come first, because once we lost or once the area is degraded, it would take many years to recover. So these are some of the areas that we need to look into deeper. Like, for example, I would like to quote an incident that happens like in 2018, where this is not in marine areas, but it happened in my former school in Ipoh. So there was this huge rain tree, more than 100 years old. It serves as a shade. It provides a cooling spot for everyone to lepak or to rest during before assemblies. So it serves. It has a lot of good memories. The values of it is the aesthetic value of it is very high among the alumni of the school. So when the school decided to build a classroom, and they decided to chop off the tree, the 100 years old rain tree. So it caused a huge outcry among the alumni, and there was a petition for it to be protected, which fortunately we were in time. The tree was safe. It was relocated to another spot of the field, but of course it has lost its beauty, because the main branches were chopped off. Some of the it became a smaller tree, and the cost of relocating, the cost of restoration of the tree was about 100,000. And one of the teachers of the school complained that the restoration cost is very expensive, that the school cannot afford to build to provide other facilities for the newly built classroom. So I told the teacher is that restoration cost is always higher than protecting it from harm. That is the price that we need to pay when we want to protect an area, or if we want to restore an area. So this is the same for marine areas, because restoration cost is always higher than managing it from threats. So yeah, this is the economic value, a study which we conducted with University of Utara, Malaysia. It spans since 2011, and we are currently reviewing it because when that study was conducted in 2011 for Pulau Paya Marine Park and for all the other marine parks in Malaysia, they were actually based on secondary data. So we are embarking upon reviewing this study, and hopefully we would be able to get a newer or a more updated, or which is more accurate compared to the previous study. So this study contributes towards the total economic value of our marine parks, which amounted to 8.7 billion a year, and it contributes towards coastal protection, as I've mentioned, fisheries. It serves to provide aesthetic value, bequest value, and like I've mentioned, it supports research, it supports ecotourism, it supports ecosystem services such as carbon sequestration, and these are all very valuable, and it is part of what we want to develop the blue economy. These are all actually blue economy, whereby by protecting these areas, it contributes whether directly or indirectly to the economy. So I would also like to mention that managing our maritime waters is a very complex issues. Is a very complex, how should I put it, system, whereby it has a lot of elements. It cuts across a lot of agencies. It cuts across multiple jurisdiction, whether local or international. Like these are some of the examples that I would like to highlight. Like it has multiple economic activities, like I've mentioned earlier, and some are actually contradicting to what we are supposed to have, like mining and development. Of course, it would affect our fisheries resources, which in turn it would affect the biodiversity part of it. It would affect our food security. It would affect the other ecosystem services that these marine areas provide. And also there are a lot of security and sovereignty issues that happens in our waters. And mind you, our waters are huge, 473,000 square kilometers. So it is bound for encroachment, like Prof. Eileen has mentioned, and Prof. Shukri has mentioned, both encroachment from foreign fishermen and also among zones by local fishermen. And there are crimes at sea that is happening. We have trafficking, we have smuggling of even wildlife, smuggling. Also, there are reports that it is happening at our sea. So these are all the complexities that arises in our marine areas. And we also have federal marine protected areas, which are managed by Department of Fisheries. We also have state MPAs. So coordination is of utmost important, because without coordination or without collaboration, the MPAs would be uncoordinated, or maybe it has a different approach or different system. And also there are conflicting priorities among states. Some states plans to gazette marine parks. Some states who are more enlightened would like to gazette more marine parks, and some just want to develop the sea to extract its sand, to do reclamation activities. So these are all the conflicting priorities among federal and states. And also there are issues of course, environmental degradation, and is happening, and we have limited resources, which is why we need to prioritize. We need to form closer collaborations with other agencies, because all maritime enforcement agencies have their limitations in terms of assets, in terms of financial, in terms of manpower. So these limited resources needs to be pulled together so that to optimize enforcement activities in our waters. And one of the main thing about managing our maritime waters would be political will. There has to be strong political will among our decision makers so that we can set our priorities right to achieve the ultimate goal of sustainable development. Because without a strong political will, without a strong direction, we would be sacrificing our resources, which in turn would affect our economy. So these are some of the complexities that we are tackling among agencies that we are addressing, which is why communication is very important, consultations is very important, education is of course one of the most important element in managing this area. So I would like to highlight some of the elements that has been highlighted by Prof. Eileen and Prof. Shukri, like the causes and effects of our marine resources depletion. This, because every action would have a reaction, and if it is for the good, then the outcome would be good. But if it leads to negative implications, that then we would be affected. Like for example, the use of some of the causes of marine resource depletion includes the use of destructive fishing gears, such as trawling on the peninsula, and maybe there are also fish bombing in areas of Sabah, which is still happening. So this is one of the cause of resource depletion. And of course, I've mentioned about encroachment, both by foreign fishermen and also among local fishermen, which encroach between zones. Like for example, if they are zoned to fish in zone A, zone B, some of them would encroach into the traditional zones, the zone A. So this would cause conflicts. This would cause depletion of resources. So these are all the elements that we need to address. And unsustainable coastal development, which is one of the main thing that that is beyond the Department of Fisheries, we would only be able to highlight these issues when there are EIA studies. We would highlight the need, not the need. EIA is one thing, like Prof. Eileen said, EIA is just a study, but how we manage the project is another matter, because an EIA can look beautiful in papers, in reports, but if on the ground during implementation, it is mitigation measures are not taken or they are mismanaged, it would in turn cause the destruction of our habitats. Like by then, it is too late, which is why prevention is always better than cure, like I've mentioned, because we should be avoiding these activities instead of taking remedial action, because it would incur higher costs, like I've mentioned. And of course, if where possible, development of the sea should be avoided. And yeah, the effects of it would be, it would threaten the country's food security. We would have lesser fish. It would cause conflicts among traditional and commercial fishermen, and it would increase operational costs and increase catch effort, because fishermen would have lesser area to fish. If there are islands being built on the sea, where would they go? Their fishing ground is gone. where would the fish breed when the mangrove is gone? So of course it would cost higher price of the fish, like Prof. Eileen mentioned. When she was a kid, fish is very cheap as compared to chicken, but it is the other way around now. So when we talk about blue economy, we are always talking about the balancing act. We need to balance economy development with ecosystem protection, because without that, both would collapse. Because once the ecosystem collapsed, the economy would follow. So which is why there are instruments, there are policies being developed to manage our marine biodiversity. One of the main documents that has been developed was the Shared Prosperity Vision, which is then further developed into 12 Malaysia Plan. So under this, I'll talk about it more later, whereby it gave guidance, it gave direction in terms of sustainable development. And our National Agro-Food Policy 2.0 also highlights the need for sustainable production, which is outlined in SDG 12. It also highlights the need to protect our resources. It also highlights the need to move towards greener production, to move towards sustainable production. And under that, we have Fisheries Act 1985, whereby it is also being reviewed to address multiple current issues and also emerging issues. And also we have, under that, we would have our marine park management plans and also fisheries management plans, which is being finalized. And not forgetting what the main document pertaining to biodiversity would be our National Policy on Biological Diversity 2016 to 2025, which is also under review. It's under a midterm review by KETSA. So all these main policies would be our ground, would be our basis for managing our resources. And the other documents which are equally important are our fourth national plan, which is being finalized, which under that also we have our second national coastal zone physical plans, which gives guidelines, policy guidance in terms of physical development on our land and also our coastal areas, where sustainability is of one of the priority under these two plans. And of course, national policy on climate change and national policy on environment serves as a supporting document in terms of managing our marine biodiversity, because under that we would need to protect mangrove areas. We would need to ensure that carbon sequestration can be sustained. We need to the policy also addresses ocean acidification and sea level rise. And of course, national policy on environment address development. It addresses pollution and among other threats that could affect our marine ecosystem. So besides national policies, we are also obliged under the three main international conventions under Convention on Biological Diversity. Besides Target 11, there are multiple targets under Aichi biodiversity target that we need to achieve, but which is sad to say that most of the targets were not were not achieved within the time frame, and the post 2020 global biodiversity framework is being developed and will be negotiated during the 15th conference of parties of the convention in next year, which would happen in Kunming. The first part of the COP15 has just finished last week, and all parties has expressed commitment to have higher ambitions, to achieve, to put higher goals, to ensure sustainable financing, to implement the framework. So these are all under negotiation because Aichi biodiversity target has ended in 2020, and the post 2020 biodiversity framework is still not yet finalized. So these are some of the elements that under Convention on Biological Diversity, and under Sustainable Development Goals, we shouldn't SDG 14, like I've mentioned, serve as the basis of all other goals, because without goal 14, other goals wouldn't, we wouldn't be able to achieve other goals, especially no poverty, zero hunger. So these are the things that the country is obligated to carry out. And under the Paris Agreement of UNFCCC, all parties has agreed to limit global warming to 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade, which would need both not only the use of technology, but we need to also address in terms of how we can reduce, how to limit the global warming through protection of our resources or ecosystem, to put it that way. So under the shared prosperity vision, like I've mentioned, it provides 8 vision enablers, and sustainability is one of the main enablers that has been highlighted, whereby national development which is eco-friendly, and it should give emphasis to conservation and preservation of our natural resources. So this is acknowledged, this is highlighted under the shared prosperity vision. On top of other enablers, sustainability is one of the 8 which is being prioritized. So this shows the commitment of the central agencies in terms of ensuring our resources to be used sustainably, and to preserve it for the future generations. And in terms of blue economy, coastal and maritime economy is also highlighted as one of the key economic growth activities under KEGA 9 on coastal and maritime economy, which means it includes the maritime sector, the maritime transportation sector, tourism, ecotourism, in terms of fisheries, in terms of protection, and in terms of coastal development. So these are all highlighted in KEGA 9 of the Shared Prosperity Vision. So under the National Agro-Food Policy 2.0 and the National Food Security Policy, which has been just finalized. So National Food Security Policy aims to address issues in terms of availability, because for us to secure our food, to secure food security, food needs to be available. Availability not only not only covers whether the food is available or not, but it needs to be available at all levels, and also it needs to be accessible at all levels, because without that, if without that we wouldn't be achieved, we wouldn't be able to achieve food security. Because if food is inaccessible, like for example, if there are the B40 group would not be able to buy fish because it is expensive, then this means that we are not able to address this issue. So which is why there are a lot of action plans, there are a lot of initiatives being mooted under the National Food Security Policy. It also addresses utilization, whether it is the food is safe, whether it is healthy, whether it served to provide nutrition to our people, and of course stability and sustainability, which is also one of the main pillar under the National Food Security Policy. Because without a stable and sustainable resources, we wouldn't be able to provide for the other three pillars. So that is on National Food Security Policy. And we are also under the National Agro-Food Policy 2.0, there are also specific targets, specific goals that we need to achieve by 2030. Like I've mentioned, total fish production needs to achieve 2.55 million metric ton by 2030, because we are expected to have our population is expected to grow in 2030. So this is very aligned to the National Food Security Policy, whereby we need to provide food for our people. We need to achieve self-sufficiency level to up to 97%. The current SSL is 95%, so we are aiming to achieve 97.8% by 2030. And I've also mentioned earlier that capture fisheries and aquaculture ratio needs to be more balanced. We need to reduce dependency towards capture fisheries. We need to increase aquaculture production, but of course aquaculture production, like Prof. Eileen mentioned, it needs to be conducted sustainably, because we cannot be converting our mangrove areas for aquaculture, because it would affect the capture fisheries. We should also look into more sustainable feed, because we cannot be depending on trash fish to provide for aquaculture. So this needs to be addressed in terms of sustainable development. Besides that, we are also looking into developing our deep sea fisheries, whereby we would like to see an increase in deep sea fisheries compared to coastal fishing, to reduce how should I put it, to reduce pressure on coastal areas, because coastal areas has most of our marine habitats like coral reefs and mangroves. And also under NAP 2.0, we are also committed to protect 10% of our areas as MPA, and we are also moving forward to phase out trawlers from the Zone B, and to increase average income of the fisheries industry to up to 5,500 ringgit. Like Prof. Eileen mentioned, we need to build capacity in order to provide for better income of our the industry. And we also need to ensure that our fisheries resources, that fish that we eat is safe, traceable, and sustainable. These are some of the key goals which are outlined in NAP 2.0. So to ensure a blue economy that ensures shared prosperity, building resilience is important in both ecosystem and community. Because ecosystem resilience, we need to ensure that it is resilient to change, it is resilient to future coral bleachings or to future storms or future phenomenon that may threaten its existence, because this climate change is happening, local threats is happening. So ecosystem resilience needs to be strengthened. So some of the ways that we can look into would be to reduce local impacts, like for example, addressing pollution, addressing marine debris, addressing sewerage that runs into our marine areas. We need to have more MPAs. We need to have effective management of current MPAs. These are some of the ways where we can ensure resilience, and community resilience would look into building capacity of our community in terms of towards changes. Because if, let's say, if development is inevitable in certain areas, how can the community adapt to these changes? And if we also, besides that, we need to build a community that is aware, that is enlightened towards environmental issues, that would have advocacy in terms of and to support conservation programs, to support best practices that would contribute towards environmental protection or sustainable production. Like for example, I would like to use aquaculture as an example, whereby good aquaculture practices is currently voluntary, on a voluntary basis, but we need to increase that level of acceptance among our farmers, among our aquaculture farmers, because we do have regulations for aquaculture, but aquaculture on land is under state jurisdiction, and not all states have adopted the regulation. So this is why advocacy, this is why voluntarily accepting good aquaculture practices is important. We need to create opportunities for local communities in terms of job creation. By building capacity, we hope that they are better equipped with technical knowledge. They are better equipped with to use technology to better manage their farms, to better manage their fishing operations. Okay, I think my time is almost up. So okay, for RMK 12, based on all those pillars, that all those policies that I've mentioned, these are the 3 pillars that the department is looking into, which is to enhance fisheries resources sustainability, to ensure sufficient and affordable safe fisheries produce, to increase economic contribution to the fisheries of the fisheries sector. So these are some of the strategies that we are looking into, and among those are protecting our marine ecosystem, to rehabilitate degraded areas, exit policy for fishing methods, and strengthen MCS and legislation reforms. Okay, in terms of marine protected areas in Malaysia, as Prof. Eileen mentioned, we are currently we have only achieved 5.3% throughout. So these are the breakdowns in Malaysia, and as you can see, Sabah and Sarawak has the most marine protected areas, has the largest areas in a way, whereby 90% of all our marine protected areas are located in Sabah and Sarawak. So, which is why the peninsula needs to work harder to achieve that target of 10%. So these are some of the ongoing status, ongoing process that of new MPA establishment, whereby we are looking into these states, whereby in Johor, the state government has given consent for these islands to be gazetted, so they are under the process of gazettement. The Lima group of islands and 7 islands and 4 Batuan. And in Melaka, our Deputy Minister of MAFI has just expressed the interest of the state government of Melaka that they will support the proposal, and our proposal will be tabled at the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan. And other areas that we are looking into in the state of Negeri Sembilan, in Tanjung Tuan, Pulau Intan, and Pulau Masjid, and these are all under consultations with the state government. In Perak, the Sembilan group of islands, the gazettement will be conducted by Perak State Park and not Department of Fisheries. But of course, in all, we would be involved in terms of providing technical support, in terms of providing any other support that they need from the department. And in Penang, we are also looking into middle banks and also other potential areas. We would like to thank Prof. Eileen for facilitating, for helping the Department of Marine Parks a few years back in terms of conducting a survey, biological survey in potential areas in Penang. So Penang is not only middle banks, and there are other areas as well. We are also looking into areas in Kedah, Pahang, Kepulauan Ula, and Kelantan, Terumbu Payung, and the sunken ship of Awazizan Maru. So these are all some of the areas that we are looking into. So looking forward, these are some of the elements that we may want to look into when we plan to ensure that we achieve Sustainable Development Goal 14 and also the blue economy, whereby we are looking into no net loss in terms of development. We need to continue exploring our waters for potential MPAs. We need to establish and manage marine ecological corridors to provide sustainable financing and to better plan our marine areas in terms of special planning, to adopt nature-based solution on top of engineering solutions, and to foster closer collaborations at all levels, and to enhance use of technology in terms of managing, in terms of enforcement, in terms of all other areas of managing our resources. So I think with that, I would like to thank UIAM for the floor, for giving me the opportunity to speak. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Lim, and this is our pleasure to have your presentation. Constraint, there is one question asked, and I give priority to that particular question. Ms. Lim, does economic impact studies for the marine park at Pulau Tioman available for viewing? From Dr. Munir.
Sorry.
Economic impact
Can you
studies for the marine park. Symposium are available for viewing. Is it open for everybody to view?
Economic impact. We do have a report, like I've presented earlier. We do have a report on economic evaluation study that was conducted by UUM, but it is not on impact. It is not on impact study. If
Is it freely available for viewing for other audience? I mean, or do we have to contact? That's a question.
yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
Maybe Dr. Munir can contact
I can.
the UAM researcher or Lim directly to get those information.
Dr. Akbar, can I ask?
Yeah, please.
My question is Madam Lim. So please, I just want to know what about the latest status about the freshwater aquaculture in terms of sustainability? Is it decreasing or increasing or decreasing trends towards SDG 2 and SDG 15, SDG 14? Thank you. Am I clear? My question?
Lim, you might have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, you were saying terrestrial aquaculture?
And freshwater aquaculture. What about your
freshwater? Okay. Freshwater aquaculture is on the increase to support the coastal fisheries. It is on an increase.
Okay.
But of course, like I've mentioned, in terms of good aquaculture practices, it is actually embedded in regulations that the department has developed. But not all states have adopted the regulation until impacts happen. Like, for example, if there are pollution in our riverways, then the state would say, oh yeah, why not? We should have adopted these regulations. Then in terms of support, in terms of acceptance, the states are now actually looking into adopting the regulation on aquaculture, whereby some of the states that have adopted includes Johor, Kelantan, and Malacca recently. Other states are still in consultation process. But of course, in terms of the production, it has increased over the years.
Okay. Just want to know that. Okay, second one, that what about your recent effects of COVID? Fisheries Department Malaysia is giving any type of in terms of honorarium or the fisheries fish farmers. What about your strategies to help them to recover this situation from their loss?
Under the last year and this year's initiative, we do have a fund called Dana Jaminan Makanan, a sustainable food fund that is available, and it is divided into a few areas, which includes which also looks into sustainable production, whereby one of the areas that is being looked into includes organic farming, and also for fisheries per se, it looks into modernization of our fisheries sector, whereby we encourage fishermen to move away from the zone B, because like I've mentioned, we are phasing out trawlers in zone B. So under that scheme, we are trying to encourage fishermen to take up that, not to save fund, it is actually a loan from the government, whereby it is on a reduced interest rate. So this fund is available for fishermen and also in other schemes for aquaculture farmers, whereby to move away from maybe not so eco-friendly practices towards eco-friendly practices, fishing and also aquaculture activities.
Thank you, Lim, for your answers. And I would like to move on to the next agenda, the closing remark by the head of Institute of Oceanography and Maritime Studies. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for very interesting presentations and state-of-the-art idea, which open up our mind and thinking about this blue economy. I think we have started with Prof. Dato' Aileen. We start with the overview of blue economy from the research itself, from the governance itself, from the business. And then we go to the Dr. Shukri Haji Sami from Prince of Wales University, which is about the blue economy that is outside from Malaysia. What is that will make us think, okay, there is something that towards the blue economy outside from our Malaysian context. And then we go to the Madam Lim with the overview of what our government of Malaysia has moved towards the blue economy. So basically all of this integration has made us think about we have achieved the objective of today's symposium, which is towards the integrated of the blue economy. I mean, we have several points of from the outside, from the inside context, and this made us to realize that we have much work to do. We have much work to collaborate, because our way forward is not about silo anymore. We must collaborate. Collaboration is a key forward for the future. So this is actually what we want to do. I mean, even IUM and even outside university and government themselves, they are going towards the responsible research, which means that this is not just we do for human, but we also included the environment itself towards our way forward. So this is a very good way forward of first in a Malaysian context or in a research context. Okay, so Sam, as one of the center of oceans in the IURA, we are welcome. Actually, we are welcome so much for these collaborations, for this way forwards. And I would say again, I would like to thank you so much for Prof. Dato', Dr. Aileen, and Dr. Shukri, Haji Sami, and Madam Ling Ai Gai for very interesting presentation. And we have achieved our objective of symposium today. I will again thank you so much. And we have so much to do of our way forward. And again, I would like to say that this collaboration or this way forward can make us achieve towards a better nation, inshallah. Thank you so much. That is from me, Dr. Akbar.
Thank you, Dr. Fuad, for your closing remark. With this, as I mentioned in the beginning of the symposium, we might look like a very small group of people discussing on blue ocean strategy, blue ocean economy, but we are far bigger than what we think we are. So having it in mind, let us all work together to achieve the better future. And with this short note, I would like to request all the participants to open your camera so that we can have a group photo session. I think that would be better for our future memory, and you can see this photos posted in our website as well very soon. Thank you so much, everyone. The technical team, you can take the photo. I'm not that good in the technicality.
Hello?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Done.
Thank you so much for everyone. Special thanks to the presenters, the keynote speakers, and the most important thank to all the participants and the members. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Roylin,
Bye.
Madam Lim, Dr. Sukri,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you so much.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Take care. Stay safe.